I'm in. You can see me, right? Oh no! The fucking camera died. God damn it! Oh my god! The stream is fucking cursed. Oh my god. Fucking. I'm so fucking annoyed at this camera. It's been fucking dying on me regularly. Just like when I switch screens, just freezing the fuck up. What the fuck? God damn it. I had a whole bit prepared. Hang on. There we go. I'm dressed as Walter White. That was the bit. I'm gonna turn on the lights now. I pulled out an old costume. It's Halloween, you see. The camera was gonna come up and I was gonna be like this, and then I was gonna turn on the light because, well, first off, it's too dark, and second off, like Walter White, I cannot see without my glasses, so I need to take off the fucking sunglasses to to actually see. How's everyone doing? It's Halloween. This shirt is too tight on me, and also I cannot wear the stupid hat and the headphones at the same time, so I'm just gonna put the stupid hat aside. How's everyone else's day going? I will say I was feeling okay going. I'm gonna turn on the fucking light, it's too dark. It's too dark now that the bit is over. Don't you dare. Okay. Okay. My day was going okay, but, well, first off, this shirt is too tight. I decided right before the stream started, oh, I better put on a costume or something. But didn't have any on hand. But I figured, like, I could just use this one from the last time I really tried to put a costume together, but turns out that was 10 years ago, and I am no longer a medium, so it is a little tight on me. I hope y'all excuse the part. In fact, I'm just gonna unbutton. I have a shirt under it. It's fine. I am Walter White when he is tired at the end of a day and is just, you know, loosened up and shit. I guess that is the Walter White I am now dressed as. That's better. Ooh. Oh, I am too. I can't wear a medium anymore. Is what I've learned. Also, before this stream, I realized that the last room in Ghoulies, because we got to the screen and then I turned off the system, turns out it didn't save. And also it crashed, so I couldn't resume from where we left off. So before the stream started, I had to refight the last room, and it took a bunch of tries, y'all. I'm fucking so fucking pissed. Oh my god. Honestly, I forgot how frustrating this game is. I knew it was hard, but like I forgot like the sheer frustration that some of these challenges entail. Ugh. I am I'm super fucking like wrecked by this. But anyway, fuck all that noise. We got some good stuff at top here that I want to rattle up real fast, that I want to go to. By the way, I see Lord Bowser is in chat. Hey, Lord Bowser, how you going? Hope someone else is here because I got some things to start off with. First off, the YouTube channel for VODs that I've been putting together is now up to date. The last stream I put up was on Saturday, and it was the stream from Friday. It was like Saturday night, 24 hours after the VOD, you know, actually finished. But what that means is that no longer am I playing catch up, no longer am I trying to put up like, oh, as many VODs as I can in a week. I'll just put up as many VODs as there are 24 hours after, in each case, or more. It might not be exact, but it'll basically be in real time unless I get really far behind again, which I don't see happening. Well, I shouldn't say things that I can't take back, but I am going to try to keep it up to date, and I imagine that, within like a week's time, I would, put up the videos, whatever. Hope people will enjoy the VODs over there. There's some pretty good stuff in these here streams, I think. Let me, where the fuck's my phone? Hang on, let me find my phone real fast. Yeah, I don't see my phone anywhere. Did I leave it? Give me 1 minute to find my phone, okay? Found it. Oh, sorry. Let me get into the monitor mode. Alright, I'm just gonna put in exclamation point YouTube. And there's the link to the YouTube channel. Which actually, I think there is a new way that YouTube links work that I saw today. Haven't updated the Nightbot, but I probably should. It's like a handle or something. I saw an email about that today. Apparently my handle is all set up and good, so that's nice. Next thing, big emote update. I mentioned last week that there'd be a big emote update to coincide with this Wednesday's anniversary stream. Celebrating 1 year of Twitch streams. Well, here it is. The emotes are up. They're ready to go. And you see there's several of them in a bunch of tiers. First off, we got in the tier 1, which is, the thing that most people will be able to use if they're subbed. And that most people have access to currently. And probably in perpetuity, I would imagine. Is the tier 1 emotes. You can see there, the new ones are the crocodile, that is Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo Crockhead, the giant choo-choo, looking to the side, and the good luck have fun, Ridley, who is just shouting that, apparently as loud as he can. Also, I have, sort of reorganized how the other tiers are handled, the tier 2, 3, 1K, 5K in this emote showcase, to be more clear about which ones are from which things. So, the brain, that is a brain from like Psychonauts or something. Figure that's very useful for like reacts on Discord or something. And I'm honestly, with the tier 2 and tier 3, my main thought there is just to make some emotes that would be very handy for me to use, because currently no one else has access to either of those. And, no one has. So I don't really have to worry about something that's broadly applicable, just something that is useful to me. Also, I put in, on tier 3, that is the weak, text UI thing from Persona 5. I sort of see that as like the antithesis of sick, as in like just a word that's more negative than positive. That said, it doesn't really read that well when it is in React form, unfortunately. It's too small on Discord, but hey, it's still probably pretty useful on Twitch, or if you're using it outside of a React. I've also used the moved the Skull Max to the 1K bits, moved the Kirby, Crying Kirby, to 5K, and introduced a funny guy that's just kind of looking askew on 10K. That is the president from Sonic Adventure 2. I made that screen cap of him doing a funny look. I cut him out and I said, that's pretty good, and I slapped it into the 10K. No one has access to the 10K or 5K, so hey, I'll say that these ones are also kind of just for me at the moment. But if y'all want to get either of those or the 1K bit skull mask. That's $10, $50 to $100. So they're not the most out of reach thing in the world. At least the skull mask one isn't. Or sorry, the stone mask. Anyway, some last thoughts about these new emotes, especially the tier 1s, which are honestly the most important. And honestly, I was almost only thinking about doing the tier 1 stuff, and then I decided, like, let's go ahead and mix up the other tiers as well while I'm at it, while I'm moving the stone mask into the bit tier emotes. I figured, like, I might as well also move the rest of them around and added some new ones. The main ones are definitely the top 3, which, obviously the croc is just a very useful emote, very much like the default, like, snake emote, and just going like, and I think that's very good. For the choo-choo, I wanted to get an emote of like that could be used similarly to like the default emoji of like 2 eyes looking to the side, where you could use it for like, oh yeah, for like, oh ho ho, that's sort of the expression, the emotion I was looking for. And eventually I found this still from Minish Cap artwork of a giant choo-choo, and I edited a good deal to like remove like Link and stuff from the belly part, and also I moved the eyes around the face to be looking in the direction I was picturing. It turned out really nice, and I think it actually reads pretty well in small like emote form too. Like, let me just go ahead and pop that into chat. I think it reads pretty decently. If y'all look at that on your chat devices. There's also the Good Luck Have Fun that was suggested last Friday by Goofball. Goofball suggested a Good Luck Have Fun, and I found this sprite of Ridley like going like from Metroid Fusion. Popped that out. Popped in some letters that I based off letters from Metroid Fusion's UI, and had them just like animate in the manner of that you're seeing, popping from one to the next, etc. That's pretty good. All right, that's the emote update. I have one more thing. Streamiversary is Wednesday at 6 p.m. and it's going late. And let me just say, let me just go over what's in the anniversary stream. Streamiversary is this Wednesday, and I'm starting off with viewer worlds. It's like viewer levels, but I play as many I can in the 15 minutes allotted, rather than ending as soon as I finish a level and moving on. Should be fun. Also, this will be Sonic Adventure 2 Battle with a 5 life limit format. I'll have 5 lives, not refreshing ever, and when I lose them all, I'll switch from dark to light, etc. until, we get through or whatever. I kind of think I can finish that game in 3 or 4 hours, at least the light and the dark campaigns anyway. It's not that hard of a game, and, I've played each of the levels idly a lot, so I think I might be able to just jam through it, honestly. And also, there'll be a sub-goal for Mario Party and Sonic 2, a Mario Party and a watch party, Sonic 2 movie. They'll be simultaneous. Is that how you spell that? I think so. And should be a good time. I wanted to show off before we moved on, though. I do have the Mario head. You know how during Mario Maker we have like Mario heads. I do have for the stream on Wednesday. I have Sonic heads. Let me hop over to that and show off. There they are. There's the light side Sonic heads. You can see there's Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, then Big the Cat, and Amy. They're the good side. I also have the bad side, so when we lose all of those, which we'll do like this. Once we lose all those, we'll go over to the dark side, and you can see there we got 5 more heads. We have a Dark Chow, I'll start from left to right. We have Shadow the Hedgehog, we have Eggman, Of course, that is Jim Carrey Eggman, very good. Rouge the Bat. Gamba from Sonic Adventure. Actually, that's from Sonic Battle. It's sort of based on the Gamma from Sonic Adventure, but technically a different character. And the Dark Chow, who rides a mech in the multiplayer for some reason in Sonic Adventure 2. Pretty good heads, and I will say I am planning on once this is over, the Shadow Eggman heads as well as the Sonic and Tails heads, they will likely be coming as bonus heads, similar to how the DKC heads appear now, and like the Mega Man heads appear as bonus heads at a reduced rate. So I think that'll be really fun. I think that'll be really good. I think Sonic and Tails are definitely the best ones of this set. And I do think that Shadow and Eggman are the best of these two. It's good. I like it. Anyway, let me get back to this, and let me get that whole business down. Anyway, that's everything. Hey, how's it going? It's going good. I just covered some announcements. Droop Man, let me show you this shit. I just announced no, that's not it. This one. New emotes. Check them out. There's the Gator, the Choo Choo, and the Ridley. Those are the new ones. And also there's some new ones on tier 2, 3, and the Bit ones as well. You can see like the Brain, the Weak, and the Sonic Adventure 2 President on the far right are new right there. Pretty cool. I also just showed off the Sonic Adventure heads from Sonic Adventure 2 for Sonic Adventure 2 on you like the Luigi one? Yeah, it's very good. That one's an old one, but still very good. Wednesday stream we'll have a big Sonic Adventure 2 sequence. Should be fun. That's enough as far as introductions go. Let's get into the game. Also, I am wearing a slightly different getup from usual. I was dressed up slightly as Walter White. You see, I even have the hat, but I can't wear the hat while I am wearing the headphones. It turns out. I also can't see without my glasses, so like, I have to be like Walter White. I have to take my glasses off and put on the sunglasses. At which point I'm blind. I can't see. I have to be like Walter White, where he just takes off the sunglasses and he puts on his glasses so he actually can fucking see. It's the same deal, even. You like the hat? Thank you. It's Halloween, everyone. Also, I had this shirt buttoned, but I'm too large for it. It doesn't fit anymore. And honestly, it was just too tight. Let's play Grabbed by the Ghoulies. We are in Chapter 4. There's just Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. Chapter 4 is just a boss fight. And this cutscene. Oh no! Oh yay! Wait! This is good! The butler is beating up the final boss for us. Privens! Who are you fighting? I've just had a little disagreement with the Baron on your behalf. I believe this key I took from him will help you release those 4 souls. Oh wow, thank you. Look at that, we don't have to fight. Oh no! Oh no! Foolish boy, did you believe like my little disguise? I bet you never guessed that the butler did it. That's right, turns out the butler was the bad guy all along. Oh, I haven't enjoyed toying with you. Your feeble adventure ends here. That's right, this guy likes to roleplay as the butler in his free time. Also, he is dressed in mumbo jumbo jammies. Okay, he has invincibility frames. Can I just... Okay, what are we doing? Okay, let's explore around for a second. See if we can find anything that we can like use to like beat his ass or something. Maybe weapons will do the trick. But I sort of worry that he's just gonna be immune until he can figure out the next thing. By the way, audio good? Yeah, he looks to be immune. Okay, your feeble attacks can't hurt me. What do we do then? Oh, wait a minute. I have an idea. He just dropped his staff. There we go. What if I pick up your propeller staff, though? Okay, hang on. There you go. Gotta wait until he's not red. Red is invulnerable. Okay, dude, come on. There you go. Alright, we figured out what we're doing. If I throw this phonograph at him, will he drop the shit? No. Dodge. And then, Alright, we got him clocked. He's, 1/4 of the way done, y'all. Okay. Okay. We just gotta sidestep him here. Perfect. I bet there'll be a new phase at like half damage. Dang it. Okay, dude. Slow down, slow down. He's good at running away. He's gotten dropped so many times, yeah. Come on, guy. Okay, dude. Okay, there you go. Got Zeus Crivens and all manner of old English exclamations. This isn't working. All right, it might be not completely ready, but it's time to unveil the Red Baron. All right, phase 2. That's what we're looking at here. Hey, Baron. I think I might need to dodge and then hit him. Okay. That helps. Or maybe just, like, hit him when he's not moving or something, or, like, from behind. Not doing any damage? You must join me, and together we will rule the mansion as father and son. That's not true! Well, wrong speech! I wanted to say I'm a sporting gentleman, and I'll give you this weapon. And he has become one with the plane, it's true. Thank you. Guy gave us a soda gun to use. I like the trumpet. The trumpet is a good bit. You know, it's too late to... I already did my new emojis, but... Baron K. Rollenstein with a trumpet is a pretty funny one if I could cut that out. It's too late, though. I already got him. This boss so far is pretty good. It's not that hard. It's pretty fun. I think I'm gonna get through in one go. Oh shit! Zombie behind me. This guy clearly didn't pass any sort of music class? Music? Oops. Is Tally-Ho like a music thing? Thought it was more like a plane thing. You mean like a pilot's test, maybe? I don't know, he seems pretty good at flying. He is a Baron. A Baron is typically like a... Oh, because of the trumpet. Yeah, I don't think... You know, I don't think, like, in wartime, right? They had like guys who played trumpets to like announce the charge. I don't think those guys were musicians. I think they just sort of could play like one thing. Doodly-doo, you know, that sort of deal. There we go. Why are you still invincible? Uh-oh. Seriously? Oh no! Wow, okay. Try 2 is the charm. Second try is the charm. I think if you do this light, you can do it in just 2 phases. There we go. Because we only need to do like 60 damage in this phase, right? That's 6 hits. Each of these does 10, so 2 staffs worth. There we go. Now we even found a thing. Ah. There we go. Okay, set back to phase 2. Also, maybe we should be looking around for more potions, more soups that we can restore our health. All right. Yeah, there's probably another one in here, right? 5er. Sometimes he can go over the fuckers. Sometimes he can't. Alright, here we go. Back to, we have a gun now. Alright, ghoulies are coming out. Let's stay around this little table. This seems to offer pretty good cover. I said before getting hit. Oh, guy. Yeah, Droop, you're behind Bowser. Alright, round 2. There's the cue, yeah. Okay, there's invulnerability here. That's nice. I'm just gonna be invulnerable for a bit. There we go, we got him. By the way, I've moved myself to the bottom corner for this stream because I realized that I was, in previous streams, blocking the conditions that sometimes appear at the top. Nothing appears right now, but, you know, this is just the final boss. We just gotta defeat the guy. That's all there is to it. Okay. Alright, let's walk over here now. The one thing I feel about this game, playing it again, is that the move speed of Cooper, by default, maybe should be a good deal higher.
Pieces of eight.
I'm moving really slow. That might be a problem. The trumpet, yeah. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy, this Baron von Ghoul. He has 20 health left. Ah, look at that, we're done. Oh shit, it only took us 2 tries. Good day, Good day, Baron von Ghoul. I will see y'all later. Don't worry, it's our friend. It's Mr. Ribs. He's cool. And our girlfriend. I'm almost impressed. Just kidding. You're a real hero now. My hero. Yep, you got the key. Let's, the prisoners in Skeleton Door. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Romance. You go with Mr. Bonehead. I'll tell Ma, Babs, and that dubious fiddler guy that they are free to leave. I didn't know they were being kept, but whatever. Where is she being kept? She was just outside, hanging out. You know a thing that I should probably say right now that's interesting is that the door and that comes out of that area, out of that room, goes out to, like, let's say the window is facing north. It's going out on, like, the eastern side. No, the western side. And the door into the bedroom is actually a north-south door. So it's kind of weird if you think about it, because apparently that almost makes it seem like there's a corridor. You see there, it's like north to south. There's some sort of corridor linking around a little hallway there. All right. There's a little hallway there, I guess, that are linking those 2 rooms. Not important, though. It's just that the door's in the wrong place. I wonder how many people notice that. I always noticed it. Come quick, we must begin a race to rescue all the prisoners. We take the skeleton key. The skeleton key lets us unlock many magic doors. They let us get the prisoners fast, but they will lock all the time when timer runs out. We have no time to save game until all prisoners are free. Okay, so we have 13 minutes to do this next bit. Like I was saying, like, look there. The window on the outside is... Oh, that's interesting. This map actually makes it look like it works, but the window that the guy went out of, that faces, like, the front of the building... Hang on. Is that not actually the front of the building? Maybe the front of the building is, like, this way? It is, like, you know, downward on the screen? Downward and to the right? No, the center of the building must be where the window is in that last area, the one that Von Ghoul went out of. And that window... it's gotta be centered. And that's in the center of the building, so... Oh. Okay, doesn't make sense. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. We got 13 minutes, folks, and this is all gonna be very quick. We're gonna get through it in one try. We're basically running around freeing all these prisoners. She looks a wee bit warm. That's right, because she was on a stove. Oh, buddy. No, you can leave too, buddy. He talks! You stole only friend of Hunchy, now Hunchy beat you senseless. I didn't know he talked. Okay, Hunchy. Yeah, Hunchy, come here, buddy. I don't have time for this, Hunchy. There you go, buddy. Get up! Get up! Okay, well, so long as we just repeat this cycle, he'll be pretty easy to deal with. Okay, Hunchy, you just have one left. Let's make this quick. There you go, Hunchy. Where is she being kept? Like on a stove or some shit. They're just locked up. All right, next room. This is like the escape sequence in like a Metroid game where you have a timer, you gotta get up, you gotta get out, and we're gonna do it first try. Hey, here's another one. All right, another strange girl is freed. Must go faster. I bet that's... I wonder if that's actually, like, written to be... Okay. There's gonna be a challenge here, I bet. I have to kill 20 of them. But also, there's this thing over here, which, if I collect it, just finishes the challenge. So I'm gonna collect that, and then I'm gonna leave. Okay. Get out of my way, guys. Tickle my turkey! She turned and ran when I took off me gloves. Must have been scared by my warts. Okay, I got the water squirter again. Next level, we'll have to squirt some guys. It's got holy water in it. It's got holy water, and that's why we're squirting the... That's why squirting these guys is effective. Each one of these rooms has a prisoner in it. It's convenient how these are lined up. Actually, you know what? These might not be adjacent rooms. They're just sort of skipping around a little bit in the mansion. We rescue boy in ginger-haired vegetable man's trunk. He not know he's there. Let's go to diner. All right. Uh-oh. I gotta kill these TVs. Good thing TVs are weak to water. Imps are not weak to water. Ha! I burned the vampire turkey. Chicken. It's a chicken. If you ever needed to kill a TV, water. Yeah. Oh. All right, dining room. Roast my roaster. Oh yeah, the TVs were for tuning turnips today was a bit of a deadly lottery. Okay. So he would just turn on the TV and it would be a monster instead, and he'd be like, God damn it! You're not my TV. Hey, what's up? Another one right here. Platter lad. We got 10 minutes left. I think we're doing pretty good. I think we're doing pretty well. Uh oh, there's pirates. We can only use weapons. And we gotta kill them all. Yep. He's made off with our fries stuffed pig. Quick with these guys, if you kill them with swords, they die instantly. So you want to wait until they put down their weapon. Go ahead and put down your weapon. Or I can just go like this, I guess. Okay, this one's not cooperating, but it's fine. I can just hit him with regular weapons. There we go. Yeah! I'll just take these burgers to go. No, I won't. I'll just drop them. Just fucking drop them right as I'm walking out. Alright, here we are in the pantry. We got 9.5 minutes. Yeah, we're good. Mr. Ribs does not mind the scare. She looks cold. Freezy ice pop girl, freeze to warm up now. We must be quick heroes, that's right. I wonder how many there are in this sequence. I do not know off the top of my head. I will guess haunted door. Nope, it's just a scare. But that's good, now the door cannot close. Door can't close if it's destroyed, so no challenge there, just a thing. Is health persistent across this whole thing? I wonder. No, I think I must have gotten hit one point or another, and I have 50. Must reset per room. What's up? Yep, mummy in a coffin. I will take the candle. We're gonna be probably fighting some mummies. There you go. What did I tell you? And I cannot kill the cursed mummy. I gotta kill the... Oh shit, I'm all scared now. This is not the time to be scared, Cooper. Okay, kill these guys. Friendly fire there. My fire is out. It ran out of flames. You know how fire works, right? Hey, buddy. You stop that. There we go. He's trying to curse me, but I'm leaving, man. I'll see you later, dude. You're keep it cool. Leave the big candle and keep going. Okay, thank you. By the way, you should probably leave Ma Soup's wheel. It's a whole deal. What's his face is gone. Von Ghoul, he's done. Smelly towels, while Hero Boy fumble in dark with hot stick. Thank you. Hero Boy fumble in dark with hot stick. That's accurate. Alright, we got him. Let's leave. Oh. You could just wait for me to go before you leave. Okay, we gotta kill 3 skeletons. And also we can't kill the same enemy twice. Where the fuck are the skeletons? There's a skeleton. Okay, I kicked that guy out a window. Didn't know you could do that, but okay. Uh-oh. That's not good. The Grim Reaper's here, it's fine though. You know what? Grim Reaper's here, but I'm super speed. He's over there. He can go fuck himself. Oh, okay. X, B, B, Y, B. Alright. Keep it rolling. Ooh. Walled garden. I guess to be grateful to you for toppling the Baron. That's right. Old slave driver he was. I mean, never were satisfied. Yep. Have this playing. It's okay if you make a mess. Don't give a fuck anymore. Cool. I like it to hear that. She was the, you know, the cleaner. The maid, whatever. There's probably a housekeeper. There we go. Boy safe from jaws of a fearsome serpent now. Oh, yeah, the boy. Not me. 2 prisoners left to go. Are we tired yet? That's good. We've got, like, over half our time left, and there's just 2 remaining. I have to do the different rule. What the? Okay, that does it. Whatever, okay. We accidentally just finished that without even trying. I don't even know what the fuck. We weren't allowed to kill the same guy twice in a row, and also we weren't allowed to kill skeletons, but you know what? If we have a gun, the death doesn't scare us if we have a gun. I think that's the lesson here. Cinema. Hey, hey. Look at that, some sort of black and white movie about ghoulies. Just gonna give that... Oh, fuck. Okay, we avoid all the bad potions. Nice. Those potions would have given us a negative status effect, basically. Rescue girl tied up with movie. Movie was bad. 1 more and they're outside. Hey, what's up? You'll have to clean up after Fiddlesworth instead. Give me back the weapon. I don't know. I feel like you can just leave. Oh, cock. We have to beat this guy with weapons? Well, we do have a couple weapons right here that should be good. Eat shit, you fucking dick. Oh shit. Where is he? Well, so long as I put the Grim Reaper between the door between the Grim Reaper and me, should be good. Okay, whatever, we can kill the door. That works.
Oh, yeah!
The Grim Reaper is slow today, I guess. He's got a long way to walk, it's fine. We didn't have to rely on abusing AI there. Okay, we got 5 minutes left, there's just 1, we just have to get out of the mansion, and then everything will be cool. There's some chairs and some portraits and some other stuff. It's cool, though. Okay, those chairs just hit each other. Very funny hand. All right. We're out in the grand hallway again. That is the part that's right before the exit. Oh, jeez. There, you know what? I got the feeling. I was really hoping for like a visibility potion or something. Oh, look at that. We stealthed. Pro moves there. Hero Boy meet Hero Ribs in front of big door. Now we leave. Hey, we did it! First try, what did I tell you? Only took... We have like 4.5 minutes left over or something. That's pretty good. I think now everything is nice and saved and shit. We can just leave. Hey, hey. You know, we actually haven't been here before. This is the first time we've been to outside. Hey, look at that. Nice going, Ribs. You're a real hero now. Where's Ambo? It's time to leave. Uh-oh. Bunch of imps. They hit me over the head with a bone. I'll be fine though, right? Oh no! Mr. Ribs, no! I guess, is this the final boss of the game? Just a bunch of fucking imps? I guess it is. Hey, eyes off the menu, you little purple critters. I'm gonna spoon up some grief for you and cook me up some imp stew. She's got a big spoon. Let's do it. You know, she is. We just gotta kill a bunch of fucking imps. A lot of imps. How about we walk over here? Maybe a little room will do us good. This is a weird final encounter, come to think of it. Just like, oh, a bunch of fucking nobodies knock our guy over the head, and now you play a little bit as Ma Soups will. The kind of not good stereotype. But I will say, just as like a, just to be like the least bit generous to the game as possible, it is kind of cool, I guess, that how many other games can you think of where you can play as an overweight black woman? Like that combination you don't see very often. I don't know. That's probably like, it's you know, I'll say it's her being, she's a terrible stereotype. But also I bet that, you know, they're British, they didn't know that it was like a sensitive thing. Come on, guys. There you go. I think that's the end? Yeah. We beat all the imps with our giant spoon. That's, I guess, you know, it's like if Mario Bros. Ended with a bunch of Goombas running at you. Like 100 Goombas all at once. They are, I think, the first enemy you see in the game. So it is fitting, I guess, that you end the game with it as well. It's kind of weird, though. Go ahead and bring Mr. Ribs' head. Ooh. Alright, see ya. We're all leaving. Thanks for what you've done, you and pretty Miss Amber. Take care of yourselves. Yeah. Diddly-do. Pet my piglet. No, I will not do that. Well, you're done us proud, lad. You knocked that nasty Baron and saved old Fiddlesworth from being homeless. I'd actually be rather sad to see you go. You were the best young friend I had. I'm gonna cry. Where's Babs? I need consoling. Well done, kid. Didn't mean to be so hard on you before, but I guess old Fiddler is just better than slaving after the Baron. He's got some filthy habits, and keeps some unmentionable things in the sock drawer. Well, take care. Okay, we will. Let's leave these weirdos. Let's go. We're gonna head down right at the old gnarled tree and through a quaint sounding place called Gloomsville in the Ghoulsville in the Gloom.
Whoa, yeah.
I'm sure that's the last we'll see of Ghoulies. And indeed, there was never a sequel to this game. If there had been, it would have been called Need in the Nuts, and I suppose it would take place in that little town that is just is covered by a rainstorm. Definitely looks inviting. Let's have a look at the final score. Okay, shit. Time taken. 3 hours, 35 minutes.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Oh, that's like most of the points we could have gotten. Oh yeah, we got most of the points off Ghoulies defeated. Times fainted, maybe like 20. 64, okay. That is a good deal different from what I guessed. But it is a suitable number. That's the number of the Nintendo 64. Well, yeah, I rescued all the prisoners.
Oh, yeah.
You can't finish the game and not rescue the prisoners. 93, that's a good score. Hey, 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 yeah, wee. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we got some credits, y'all. Look at that, they're the people that made the game. I wonder how many there are. 4. Let's count, because I'm curious. Like, this is a game, this is a Xbox original game, so 8. I'll guess 4. I'll guess 20, 24. I'll guess 24. We are up to 12. And I guess this is just including, like, core staff. Not, like, marketing and replay staff. We're up to 12, 16. Again, I guess 24, so 2 more would be exactly right. Now we're going. Wait. That's only 3. So that's 19. Additional support. Okay, core team's 19. And additional support is like 4. So like, other than QA, yeah, it's like 24. 23. Okay. I'm gonna count that as a win. With QA, it's more like 27. Oh wait, there's a lot more names, aren't there? There's another page. Yeah, okay. With more QA and stuff being folded in, definitely getting farther away from 24. I was in the ballpark. I guess, like, QA-wise, you definitely want to get... Yeah, I guess that does count on a team, you know, testers. If they're, like... You can't not count that, right? Like, playtesters, if they're, like, playing it once. Production, I'm okay. Play Love Day is there, I know that name. I guess there was probably always enough ways to skew these results so that I was right. It is like under 40 though, I think. It's like maybe 39 or so total, I would guess, just based on number of names so far. Anyway, Microsoft credits. Well, look, those ones don't count. If any of these don't count, it's the Microsoft credits. There's probably gonna be like, I wonder if there's like rare replay credits in this, or if they've like added any credits for this upscale, this new version that like upscales it a good bit.
Oh.
Yay! What does that mean? Is that like a company? Bolt? I like a firm or some such. User testing, Eric Schma. UX, Keith Circulo. I'm not gonna read all the names. I don't know why I did that. Localization. Dublin and Japan Loc teams. Wait, did they only have like Korea? Okay, there's multiple teams, but they're not giving names. Just yeah, the Loc team. Shout out to the Loc team. Big video. 1997 to 2003. Copyright 2003.
Okay.
Grab by the Ghoulies is a registered trademark. Don't try to use it for your own game. Unless you're outside of the US or other countries where that applies, I guess. Rare is a part of Microsoft, that's true. The end. Folks, that was Grab by the Ghoulies. Completed playthrough in the books. In the books, literally. What can I say? I think it is a winner. I think it's cool how you can drop kick. You can drop an elbow on a skeleton, and I think that is rad. But also in the later parts of the game, the difficulty is just a little bit out of whack. Those last handful of challenges, some of them were just really frustrating, especially last time. Like the part where right before the final boss fight, and all the rooms on the way to and back from the laboratory. Those rooms were hell. I didn't like them.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe didn't like them as they were so frustrating. Honestly, there were times where before this stream I had to replay part of it, and I honestly was just like fucking clenching my controller so hard I just wanted to break it. And that's you know, not ideal. Anyway, let's go over to some of the other game of tonight, which is of course Mario Maker. Let me switching over the games. And let me grab my regular ass controller. And let's switch over. All right, I am launching Mario Maker. And there we go. Let me adjust the volume a bit. 1 second. Usually have the volume a little higher for Mario Maker than I set for Ghoulies today. One second, we'll get to. There we go. All right, let me switch the game over. And then I'll talk a little bit about my level, about my, work in progress level. Halloween. No, we'll do viewer levels on Halloween. Mario Maker 2. My one thought coming out of Great Ghoulies. By the way, y'all, we're now in the Mario Maker portion. Hello, anyone coming from Mario Maker. Now is the time. Get your levels in here. It's all good. Anyway, last thought about Grab by the Ghoulies. I'm curious what I put in the review thing on Backlogged. I might be convinced after that playthrough that maybe 4 out of 5 would be correct as a review. I'd probably put it in as a 5. That said, I'm not like super... Yeah. I think the last line in this review says it punches above its weight. I guess that's true. You know what? I'm fine with the thing. Parts of it are frustrating, but you know, that's also just part of that is me being on not being on a schedule, but like I wanna keep things moving, and having to retry things really fucking frustrates me during a stream. You know, I like to move on to the next bit before too long, or else, you know, a stream might get out of control, get out of hand as far as length goes. If I was playing it off stream, I bet I would be a lot more mellow about like, yeah, man, it's hard, whatever. I'm listening to a podcast. It's fine. I'll leave it as a 5. I'm happy with that, actually. And I do think Grab by the Ghoulies is a little underappreciated, so whatever. And also, I do think it's charming as a game, as games go. All right, let me talk about Mario Maker. Mario Maker. We're now doing Mario Maker. No more Ghoulies talk. It's all done. By the way, let me do some stuff here. Make a code. Let me move myself up into the proper corner. There we go. All right, folks. There we go. There we go. Mario Maker. So, the queue is open, by the way, if anyone wants to get levels in. We have 2 levels so far from Lord Bowser and Droopman. Now would be a great time to get in. I am going to show off the progress I've made in my latest level, Meteor Meltdown, which is the 3rd level of the space world of my super world. And by the way, if you're wondering like how I can justify a desert level being space, 2 ways. First off, if you go to the actual space world, you'll see that in the map, I'm using the desert, water, and snow icons to sort of make little asteroids, little things hanging out in space. So I think it is fair then to have like a desert space level and a water space world and an ice space world. Level. And also, Galaxy does set the precedent that there are totally in Mario World, there are deserts in space. So, you know, it's allowed. I can do that. It's fine. Anyway, let me show you the level. The focus of this level is like Magic Koopas. Magic Koopas, and there's some Pokies, there's some Wigglers jumping around, there's claws, swinging claws, there's some very nice, lovely theming, which is based on theming I've done in previous levels. And most of this is the same as last Friday when I first showed it off, but I have built one new area here. Just one very small new area. We go under. I'll go over. Go over like this. Oh, and ignore that. That's not going to be there in the final version. That's just a test. One little area where you go under a guy. And then I built this little test area, which is a little too hectic, but it is like the direction in which I'm thinking I should go, which is that there should be a little red coin area where you basically can wander and tackle it in a somewhat non-linear way, just so long as you get all the things. It'll maybe be like it'll be like a red coin hunt with lots of blocks, you know, sort of like a block maze, wherein you'll have to avoid like these guys, and it'll be a very suitable part for them. That said, I definitely I should mix in more like hooks. I should mix in maybe some other enemies and make it a little more non-linear, right now there's totally a path where you just follow like this way around, and I think that's a little boring. I think like structurally it could be a little more interesting. One thing I could do is I could have this be in a separate area, and that way the start of it could be in the middle, and you could go in either left or right to start with. There's another level I did this in, and why don't I show that off just as like a basic starting point. Also, I will note, let me, again, ignore the Yoshi egg. This area here, it's coolest if you go under like that, but there's other ways to approach it as well. Like, say if you were scaredy, you could just jump back, and then you can take the hook across. Even if both blue platforms are gone, the hook across works.
Oh, no.
That's cool. One other thing I'm thinking, I would like it if you could jump over this guy if you so pleased. Maybe, in fact, what if I made this thing one... Make this one shorter. Wait, if it's that short, you can just jump over entirely. I don't really like that. If it is shorter, you can definitely get over easier. Okay, compromise here. Lower this by 1. That'll make it easier to jump over this if that's your plan. There you go. 3 different ways for this to be viable. Can you still jump over with this height? Test more thing. Oh yeah, you could totally jump over. How about if it's 1 higher and 1 taller? Yeah, now you can't jump over. Though you can if you have Yoshi. You can just totally... Third option, Yoshi the motherfucker, and go through regular style. Another option would be to go like this. That is risky, and you know what? I think that might be fine. That's fine. Another thing, I have a mushroom on a rail here. Let me tell you why I have that, because you might have Yoshi at this point, and if the mushroom is like eye level with you, you might accidentally lick it up as Yoshi and sort of lose access to it, which is not ideal. This is too many. This is too many of these guys.
Oh, no.
That's too many of them. We'll dial it in over time and sort of iterate and figure out like what I like about this, what I don't. Let me show you one more thing. By the way, we are to Mario Maker, right? Let me check it again. Yeah, yep. We are game set correctly. By the way, Droopman says, "Bet this world will be your fave because of the epic music." Yep, Galaxy music is good, and also it does like cover up like the basic music, which helps to have a different thing. I will say, there is I do have another world where the music is different. That is the 5th world. That is Coastal Cup. It is a racetrack world, so Mario Kart music plays in all levels but the last one, which is like mini boss music instead. All right, let me show you that level I was talking about that I'm sort of looking to not recreate, but like that I'm sort of looking for, like, as far as like, oh, this is the time where I did this red coin hunt business correctly, and I would like to nail it just as good now as I did then. And that was this one here, Homespun Galaxy, which is coincidentally another Galaxy music stage. And this one very much plays into like the 0G gravity angle, wherein, everything's in 0 gravity. And there's a bunch of enemies that are like ignoring gravity in, different ways. Well, these Goombas just ignore gravity by default. You're coming up on 500 likes? Nice. I think we just saw. Got a lot of stuff in this level where you're like jumping off guys in 0 gravity. Also, you get one of these, and it's a pipe, so they keep coming, and you're sort of encouraged to like use the thing to give yourself a height boost. That's not the part I want to show off, and the thing that I'm looking to not duplicate, but that I'm looking to capture. It is, in fact, this part. You go in a door, and you end up in this room, and you can see there's several arrows here pointing you in different directions. Let's go right first. This direction, there's 2 coins. One here and one here. Then there's one down here. Ground pound to get through those guys pretty easy like. Then there's some final coins in this direction. You have to go around and over. And then you get back to here, which these are, by the way, they're like the star launches from Galaxy. That's basically the idea of them. You pop in the thing, and you continue from there. It also makes sense for Galaxy because Galaxy is a game where you're constantly like having to find like 5 pieces of a star before you're able to like finish a thing. Huh. Those moving platforms stopped me from falling. That's interesting. I don't know. I probably saw that before. It's fine though. I say it's fine, it's cool, it's whatever. You're currently playing Galaxy 2. Barnstormer, how's it going? It's going well. I just finished Grabbed by the Ghoulies, and now we're going into viewer levels. And again, like, I'll just go into the course maker real fast and, like, sort of talk to that level, how it handles the red coin hunt. Just zoom over to it. So you see this red coin hunt. It's sort of structured in a way that, you know, you can go left or right first. And each left and right both have, like, different options. Not different options. They work differently, right? Like, left is like a loop, returning you to the start. Whereas right, you have to go all the way out and then all the way back. And additionally, there's one more that's sort of a tangent off the right route. I think this level is one of the best places where I've not done that much red coin hunts in levels, but I think I really nailed it with this one. And something like this is what I'm looking for in my latest level. Also, thematically, it's very nice. You got, like, the hedges upside down coming out of this, like, you know, space, all the space stuff. It's just really, I think it really nails the Galaxy vibes. And yeah, I really like this part as well, where you have to go down and get the coin. If I could structure the next level's red coin hunt sequence as well as this one, I would be happy. Also, probably should put in some crushers. I was thinking about having crushers in it. And some other things would make sense as well. I'm gonna reload the one that I'm actually working on. Let's go 500. Yeah, let's do that. Load back up. Not that one. This one. And we'll have that. I don't know when this is going to be done. Like I said, I just passed the midpoint. I've got some pretty big streams coming up in the next couple of days, next couple of weeks. So I don't know where if I'm gonna find time to finish it between those, but it is coming along. I am making excellent progress. By the way, if you're wondering, I'm sort of dressed as Walter White. This is sort of the kind of shirt he wears. It turns out though it's too small on me now, so I'm dressed as Walter White after he gets home and unbuttons a bit, and it's like, oh fuck, oh, the Heisenberg thing, huh? That's sort of the Walter White I am Halloweening tonight as. All right, let's go ahead and get into the swing of things. Levels, viewer levels. Pull up the bigger now playing. Go ahead and hit next. Barnstormer is into the Walter White. Thank you. I will say it's been a while since I had to deal with Halloween costumes, so I actually didn't have one on hand and I didn't feel like going to get one. So I just used one that I had from a while ago, And it turns out it's been 10 years, well, maybe more like 9 years. It's been like 9 years, and I'm no longer a medium. I can't wear this anymore without it being incredibly uncomfortable. Also, I can't wear the hat and headphones at the same time. It doesn't quite work. It's kind of goofy. And also, and this was always true, I got these sunglasses, but like Walter White, I have to wear glasses to see things, so if I wanted to actually read chat or play the video game, I have to go like, okay, now I can see. What the fuck is your bullshit? I have to do like Walter White did in that one episode in season 2, where he was, sort of putting together the Heisenberg myth. I guess that's the thing about Heisenberg, is that like the picture that got around was like, oh, Heisenberg, he wears sunglasses and he's pretty cool. But like in reality, in the one episode where he did put on that facade, he did like immediately take the glasses off as soon as he needed to see something, because he was unable to. Lord Bowser does not appear to be here. So let me tell you how this works. If you are here when your level comes up, I give it the full time of day. If you're not here, which is to say outside the lightning round, 15 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. If you're not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death. We have had the queue open for a while during the grab by the Ghoulies section, so we have a couple levels here to start with. So let's get into them. First one is by Lord Bowser, who hasn't been around in a minute. Lord Bowser, if you get back, I will absolutely switch you over to the 15 minutes, but I'm also thinking probably won't need it. Your levels are pretty traditional, and typically 2 tries refreshing a checkpoint should be enough, I would say. Maybe that's optimistic, but let's go. By the way, I have cards. I haven't used any during Ghoulies other than the first couple. But let me start with this one. Follow up on God of War 2018. So I was talking how I was excited about God of War. I was sort of interested in God of War 2018, but I wasn't sure about how much of a Game of the Year contender it really is. I've definitely heard people saying it's one of the greatest games of all time, and I heard that sort of hyperbole, and I was like, I don't think that's the case. Oh, Lord Bowser is here. Fantastic. Good timing, Lord Bowser. I was thinking, like, I don't think that's the case. I don't really think that's the case, God of War, best games of all time. But I looked back at my notes, and the thing I remembered is that it was number 10 on my Game of the Year list that year, right? This is the Scorching Tundra? Scorching, you say? Okay, that's interesting. Sort of like a Mount Fire Eye situation, hot and cold. You sometimes see those sort of like worlds that play with a hot and cold elements at once. God of War. I looked back at the actual like I looked back at my collection list where I put in like a letterbox length review of a game as well as a score, and I realized that, oh shit, I had rated God of War as a 4 out of 5. And in the notes, I cited a lot of frustration with the difficulty, with like inventory management, with upgrading, and a bunch of other systems, though I did note that the story was very good. Now, not to say that, honestly, it should be said that 4 out of 5 is a pretty good score for a game, so I'm not saying that to dunk on it. I'm not saying that. And someone, I mentioned this on like a Discord, and someone was like, yeah, just because you don't like it doesn't mean everyone liked it, and then I doesn't like it, and I said, oh, hang on, I said 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5 is pretty good. It's a pretty good score for a game to have. That said, I do admit that I was probably being a little bit petty there, and a little bit like, wait a minute, I got your ass here. It's a good score. That's my counter move there when you say that. And I definitely think it's funny when I say that, to be clear. I am definitely laughing a little bit. Oh, also, I didn't start the 15-minute timer, sorry. Anyway, I guess what I'm saying is, it'll probably be good. I'm really just I'm curious if they've actually like it was just like the original game but iterated upon, or if they've actually like addressed some of the issues that I actually had. Like as far as like I found like upgrade system to be too much to bother with. I found like the difficulty to be really hard because health regeneration wasn't really a thing in it. You just had to like get good, and I was just running out of life a lot of time in fights, and I was unable to heal apparently. I'd be curious if the new game has any sort of answer to that. It's possible, you know. I'll say like when I played Last of Us, I at one point I went back to Last of Us 1, not Last of Us Part 1, Last of Us the original, remastered specifically, after playing Last of Us Part 2, and comparing those two games directly, I realized that Last of Us Part 2 is a lot more sophisticated, which surprised me. You know, it's a lot more evolved, and maybe this will be the same case with God of War 2, and we'll go in and be like, oh shit, all my issues are resolved. It's actually extremely good now, and you can just enjoy the story without getting bogged down by inventory or this or that. But, well, that remains to be seen. Thank you for the love of Lord Bowser. Hope you didn't mind me talking about God of War over it. It was nice. Alright, the next up is by Droopman. Go ahead and confirm, Droopman. Get that controller out the way. Ooh. Droop, droop, droopity droop. Drooper says, yeah. I still got cards. Did you hear about check marks on Twitter costing money? Man, this is the big story of the day, huh? You see this shit? And not just money. I guess maybe yesterday is when it came out, right? Not just money, it's like 20 fucking bucks. 20 bucks a month for a check mark. I'm seeing like all sorts of games journalists and like influencer types who are just like immediately going like, oh, I'm not paying. Fuck that. That's funny. Like, honestly, if you pay $20 a month just to get a check mark, it's already something that people sort of look down on. So if you pay money for that privilege, you are just admitting that you make really terrible, terrible financial decisions, and you're not to be trusted. That's just a bad plan. And also I've seen a lot of shit about that from like, or a lot of talk about like what sort of timeline they're expecting for this feature. Like apparently Elon Musk has laid down the decree that this will be done by November 7th. That is to say, like 7 days from now. Which I saw that and I was like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm sure at some point, there is also talk about like, oh, he really wants to fire a lot of the Twitter engineers. But like, when you hear stuff like that, I am an engineer, so I, have some knowledge. You just go like, that is the worst estimate. You can't do it. That's impossible. You want it done in a week? Fuck you. What kind of estimate is that? Oh my god. It won't be done in a week, let alone it's not doable. You can't finish it in a week. You can't do it you probably can't do it in a month. But a week? It won't be completed. It won't be stable. It can't be tested. This Elon Musk fella, he seems like a real dingus who doesn't understand how software development works, or maybe even development in general. He just throws around money and it's like, oh, I got big ideas, check it out. I'm gonna charge people for verification. Ooh. Apparently, I also heard that engineers at Twitter are being required to submit code every 12 hours, quote unquote, or be fired. Which, man, that doesn't make sense, man. Like, what does that mean? There's a lot of jobs that you do as an engineer wherein you cannot always be submitting code, right? Like, for instance, if you're just doing bug fixes, like, yeah, that can happen if you figure out the bugs pretty quick, like, right? This is a fun level, by the way. I like your use of all the fire bars. Nice circular patterns here. If it's like bug fixes, you can maybe manage to put out a fix at the end of the day every day, right? if you're really fast and cranking, and if you're finding the causes of issues real quick, like. But for like story type work, you know, like features and shit, fat fucking chance that anything will be done within like 24 hours, you know? Like, that kind of stuff takes a week. You like this custom mountain theme? Oh, I honestly didn't notice, but yeah, it's nice. It's like gray blocks, gotcha. And the use of bridges and the supports are nice as well. Yeah, it's a good theme. I only noticed that I would have liked to see a little bit more of the traditional mountain theme as well, because it is a nice looking aesthetic. But yeah, it's good. But yeah, like the idea of requiring every engineer to be submitting code every 24 hours, every day, that's absurd. And just like completely unpractical, and will lead to really rushed out code, which is going to, you know, that can only introduce more issues. That is just so negligent as far as like management goes. Like, you cannot pressure people into pushing through code that quickly and not expect to run into issues down the line as things backfire, as like you know, you get pipeline issues as like CPs or change packages or whatever they're called, commits, I guess. I use like internal company tools, so I don't know if at my work we call them change packages, but I think there's like there's other terms for it if you use like GitLab or whatever, which we do have to use sometimes as well, but usually I just use the internal stuff. Anyway, if you're pushing through changes that quickly, they're gonna be fucked up. They're gonna cause issues, and you're gonna have a lot of stress and a lot of problems on your hand. You're basically just setting fires for yourselves. Like, if I were to say, by the way, Barnstorming did say GG, so Barnstorming is here. If I were to name like a realistic estimation for like when this feature could be done, I would say like I wouldn't expect it by the end of November. I think that is a little bit rushed and also a little bit risky. And December is right out. You know, December is the month where, at least, you know, engineers and our sorts, we take off at least half the month. You know, Christmas, New Year's week, those are both fucked. No one's working either of those weeks. You can expect to not get any meetings off the ground. The engineers aren't available. And those engineers who are available, they're not able to do much because there's not enough other people to really put anything together of note. So your best bet, as far as like a reasonable estimate would be, if you wanted to just start on this idea right now, I would say getting it up and stable and good would be end of January. You want a solid month after the holidays to work on it and get it all good and go. Quickest 3-3 time, Feral Dalek asks. I would say like I don't know. I'll say I don't quite time myself. I just like to do it idly. You know, to me, Rubik's Cubes are like a thing I like to do while I'm like relaxing or just like watching something. I want to occupy my hands. So I don't exactly time myself, but I would say it's like a minute or two, or maybe 3, maybe a minute and a half. That'd be my estimate. If you want to redeem and see how fast I go, redeem that channel point incentive, Feral Dalek. Be my guest. Let's do a haunted mansion. Anyway, the stuff coming out of Twitter is a horror show, man. Like, from Elon Musk running around going like, I have very bad ideas for everyone, please enjoy, to the reports of like, oh yeah, we're parachuting in Tesla people to make things worse and to, you know, judge who we should fire at Twitter. And it's just like, oh my god. It's a fucking horror show, man. Jeez. I just hope the best for everyone. By the way, red coins optional or mandatory? Okay, we need to move right. Kind of sounds like Luigi's Mansion music. There's a hole in the wall up there I probably need to get to. I might need to go get a shoe or something. Do I need to kill this guy or something? Optional, says Barnstormer. There we go. Yeah, so kill those guys and then a shell is released. Makes sense. It's from the Disney Haunted Mansion ride. Gotcha. I was thinking Luigi's Mansion, but it is a mansion. That kills these guys. Fantastic. These guys will be killed by the house. Hit all three of them. The nice thing about ground pounding onto the POWs is that you're unbonesed because you end up being off the ground for a second. That is enough to unbones you. Unmount you from the dry bone shell. All right, we'll do a 3x3 after this next level. You got it, Feral Dalek. What's the deal here? Oh, I think I know. There we go. Now that I've hit that, I don't know where I'm going. Oh, this way, probably. Okay. Try jumping up there, I guess. Maybe kick the shell. There we go. I have liked using Twitter for the last 10 years. I use it in sort of a, very, I would say, traditional way that technically it doesn't really support anymore and hasn't for years. Because I use Tweetbot, so I use, Tweetbot, right? I use Tweetbot, so and like an old version of Tweetbot especially. So I still have a linear timeline on my device, on my phone. And I don't have to deal with any of, as much as the bullshit of like algorithms or whatnot. Or even ads, honestly. But still, all the shit I'm hearing fills me with very little confidence as far as like, man. And also people are starting to leave Twitter as now. There's not really anywhere for them to go. But gonna head out. See you later. Uh-oh. I died. I like this little auto-scrolling part nonetheless, though. See you later, Lord Bowser. On Wednesday, that's right, Wednesday. Big anniversary stream on Wednesday. I'll be playing some Mario Maker, Viewer World, sort of a twist on the usual thing. I'll also be playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, and there'll also be a sub-goal for a watch party. And a watch party and a Mario Party. Oh, shit. And look forward to all that Wednesday. Wednesday. Nice to finally have those plans come to fruition. I've been planning it for a while. It's been nearly my anniversary, my stream anniversary for months now, so all these plans have been kicking around, and It'll be up Wednesday. Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central. That's when we're starting. We're starting with Viewer Worlds, and then we'll go to the other bit, Sonic Adventure 2, later into the evening. So you want to be there for the Mario around 6 p.m. Probably for a couple hours. Will be the thing. And like I said, it'll be Viewer Worlds. Yikes. Viewer Worlds will basically mean that I will play... You know how I play right now, right? Where I put on a 15-minute timer and then I play until I finish the level. During Viewer Worlds, I'll still put on the 15-minute timer, but I'll keep playing levels until the 15-minute timer runs out, basically. Last tries we won't do last tries during that. We'll instead just do or die, where it'll just be like one try to finish. And if we miss on that one try, it'll just be over, I guess. This is rather tight, this whole sequence. But I think we got it pretty much pegged. Pretty much nailed down. Trick with the shell, you can shoot diagonally without jumping if you're under a one-tiled gap. Huh, so you can jump out and then be in the shooting position, basically. Gotcha, I'll keep that in mind. Get to a little later. Okay. That's down. Oh no! It was a ground pound. It works with the first one? Does it? The first one, you mean this one? I don't see any... I don't think there's a one tile gap here in the first one. I'm sure you mean the different one than that one, actually. It's a slight slope. Oh, wow, okay. You can just really mash your head against it and just jump out and it'll work out. Ooh. I feel like for Twitter to fall, there's two things, right? There's two things I could see, right? Which is another company tries to eat its lunch, tries to really get in on that Twitter demographic, or not demographic, that Twitter format. But I don't see that. I don't see that happening with, I guess I could be convinced, I could see a reality where, oh, everyone's leaving Twitter, and it's just yeah, just use TikTok or whatever, but TikTok is such a different service. And, Facebook is dead to most people of my generation, so that's not happening either. I don't fucking know what it would be. I'll tell you, it's certainly not Mastodon, and it's also certainly not, it's not gonna be fucking co-host. Co-host seems okay, but without an app, it's dead on arrival. I feel like you want to be the Twitter replacement, you gotta have an app. I would really like a linear timeline, no algorithm as an option. And I would like that option to be obeyed. It really sucks that Twitter has, not done that recently. But also I can just use Tweetbot, so... there is an option. Whereas, if, some other company were to get in and be okay, we're going linear from the beginning, or no linear algorithm from the beginning, I would say, fuck you, eat my asshole, I'm not going over there, basically. So there's a lot of requirements that they would need to meet in order to, get me off Twitter and get me somewhere else. And I guess one of the biggest ones is that the people I follow need to go over there. I need to have a comparable experience there as here. maybe a little less busy. Good level. That last part took us a bunch of tries, but we were able to get through it. Very nice. By the way, if you're wondering why I'm dressed like this, it's Halloween, and it's sort of a Walter White look. This is a shirt that Walter White would wear, but it doesn't really fit anymore, so I had to just unbutton it. I'm Walter White after he gets home from doing the drug thing, and he's very tired and just wants to be regular style. And just wants to go like, oh shit, that happened, huh? Wow. That's the Walter White I am at this moment. Tweets! Played a level of mine. Thank you, Tweets, if you are out there. Hope that's not you, Elon. You know what, Elon, if you want to play one of my levels, that's fine, whatever, I don't care. But I don't approve of the job you're doing so far with Twitter. It seems like you just want to lay everyone off for not, like, you know, re-engineering the whole site in 7 days, which isn't possible and is just a fool's errand to try. I wonder if everyone there at Twitter is just like right now. Oh, wait, I gotta hit complete next. I wonder if everyone there is just like, okay, time to start polishing resumes. Let's escape. Let's get out of here. This is fucked. This is over. Droop, you are up next. By the way, the queue is open, everyone. Get in more levels. That'd be much appreciated and shit. Ugh. I'm also wearing pants, regular ass pants. Usually I'm wearing more comfortable, like, pajama style pants, but, you know, I feel like Walter White wears regular pants when he's in Walter White mode. He's in Heisenberg mode, so there you go. It's a costume. I will say, as a adult, as like someone who lives in an apartment, typically don't have to deal with Halloween. And so far as like I don't need costumes and I don't need candy. Oh wait, I misspelled that. The first time the first Halloween that ever rolled around while I was apartment dwelling, I was definitely like, oh, I'm gonna go grab some like some mini white chocolate Hershey's bars. You know, I like the cookies and cream, so I'll get like a bunch of those tiny little bastards, and if anyone comes by, I'll have someone to give. You know, but and I'll also dress up as Walter White, and you know, maybe it'll be fun handing out candy. And what you realize very quickly is like, oh yeah, it's literally no one's apartment trick or treats, and it's not even something you have to be prepared for or worry about. Like, it's never gonna happen. You know, if you're going into an apartment and you're not sure, and you're like, oh, maybe I should on the off chance. No, don't even bother. You learn that pretty quickly. Living in an apartment, after a couple of years, you just stop trying and being like, okay, I'm not even gonna buy candy. I know I'll just end up eating it anyway. And if I'm gonna buy candy, I want it to be good candy that I would want to eat. So that's why I don't really have such an elaborate costume tonight. If I did get a house, I guess, you know, that's an ambition that we all have. A lot of people have in suburbs. If I were to get a house, I would dress up and shit. Also, I will say for the record, just for like clarity's sake, I don't know shit. I don't know jack about city dwelling, like actual like dense cities where the suburbs are not like a 5-minute drive away, or like a 2-minute drive away even. It's possible if you're not in a suburban area, maybe you go apartment trick-or-treating, and if you can't get out to a suburb, but I would still bet that like most kids that live in apartments, they're driven out to a suburb so they can go trick-or-treating there. That would be my guess. I mean, that's how I would do it if I were raising a... if I had that scenario, I would do that. I do not. Let me put on a timer. Is it just me, or are we getting some spooky levels tonight? Thank you all for like, you know, being on theme and shit. That's nice. Bunch of ghosts, bunch of ghoulies. Like the last game that we played. Gonna have to buy the Ghoulies. We also got a timer that I didn't notice until just now. It's we only got so much time. We gotta get booking. Also, whoa, there's a guys behind us. Right, I forgot this was like a lava level sort of, except faster. All right, thank you for the level. That was proper and spooky. Now, I will say I don't see any other levels in the queue right now. So if you want to get in additional ones, go on and do so. Meantime, I guess I will show off one of mine? Question mark. I'm gonna minimize the queue. Pull up the small queue. Just go into my own stuff and just find a level for us to play. Drip Man putting in the next level, which will be after whatever I pick here. You know what? Keeping with the theme, we'll do Unmoored Minds 3, Bogus Boudoir. I showed this off a couple of weeks ago. Like, honestly, like a week or two ago. And I did notice a problem during the final sequence of that. And I would like to talk about, like, if we end up doing revisions before the Super World is complete. Basically, my thought is that, like, oh, I've typically been pretty averse to revisions just because I never want to lose. I don't really like losing likes and stuff. But I feel like with the Super World, whenever that's complete, I would like to think we're going to get a ton of people and a ton of eyes on it. Such that I won't have to worry about losing those likes from deleting the levels. It'll all be fine in the end. And a couple levels might therefore receive revisions. Oh, I can't do this wrong. Let's do it right. This is, by the way, sort of a puzzle level where you have to sort of figure out what you're doing next and bring items from one room to the next in order to solve. It's pretty simple puzzles. So in this case, you need a spring. Get up here. And once you have the spring, you can get the POW, get the key. It allows you to get to the next area. And by the way, I'll say in the final version of this Super World, I'm thinking that this level and the pipeline level will be, I'll be on a split path. So if players are really frustrated or really have trouble getting through the puzzle parts of this, they will have the option to go by it. No, not do it. By the way, there's a little secret down here if you go all the way. I think that doing that will offset, like, the ghost housiness of it, where you do have to figure things out and think. Which, you know, is what I was going for. I wanted to make a level that was a traditional ghost house, and a traditional ghost house involves some level of puzzle solving. That's just the genre of levels. So here you blow something up, and then these guys start tearing through the walls, making a way for you to go get this. And also now there's a respawning thing for you as well. And, you know, I can't, by the way, I can't use an on-off to, like, at any point in this level because there's a later thing that uses the on-off. And to get to the next area, I will need that, the Goomba hat. So how do you get the Goomba hat, you ask? Well, in this next room, you go here. Very carefully kill these guys. Go through there. Jump on this bomb. That bomb is going to open up this floor. And these guys, which create a path from here to the Goomba area. Pretty slick. And now that you have this, you can go down here and get into this door. A to B to C to D. And then there's just one last sequence here, where you go down here, and and you follow a bullet bill up. And you have to sort of follow in its wake. And it'll sort of make a hole through the rest of the thing. That said, it can despawn. And one of the things I set up here is I put a bunch of more bullet bills, like, in the passage, so that if they despawned, they could respawn if you, like, were to just drop a little bit. You know, in that case, like, maybe if one blows up or one despawns, another would despawn. The only trouble is, if you have multiple bombs, they can impact each other like that, and that can be a problem. And I ran into it such that I had to reset the room the last time I played this level. And I'm thinking maybe we should rework it a bit in order to make that less possible. You play Super Worlds. Yes, mild remedy. I will say, if you do Super Worlds tonight, I do them one level at a time. But there's two options. One is the Super World, the 7 Life Challenge, in which I play a Super World as far as I can in 20 minutes, wherein I only have 7 lives to do so, and that costs a certain amount of channel points here. And the other thing is is that next Wednesday is my 1-year stream anniversary, and during that I'm doing viewer worlds, though I'm doing 15 minutes per viewer during that, so most especially the stream anniversary next Wednesday, this Wednesday, viewer worlds. If that's what you're looking for, next Wednesday is the time to come by. And also, you know, come by at any time. I'll play your levels so long as I'm doing viewer levels. Fridays and Mondays are the usual viewer level days. You know. Anyway, let me just like finish my thought here as far as like this level goes. As far as what I'm thinking, as far as revisions go, I'm thinking of removing the mild remedy. Thank you for the follow, much obliged. Here's what revisions I would do to this level, and then we'll go back to y'all's levels. When I empty the queue, I like to talk like levels that my own levels for a bit, so I talk to the design of them, while y'all get in some more levels for me to play. So, when do you start the lightning round? It usually around an hour into the stream, or into the Mario Maker segment. Let's say tonight, let's say 11 o'clock. Let's say 11 o'clock will be the start of the lightning round. 11 o'clock Central, so 42 minutes from now. That's a pretty generous. So you see here, the whole gimmick of the level is that once these break down, you can now go between one part and the next, and you might not have realized it's a vertical level up until that part. But these additional bullet bills, I feel like they actually don't serve the purpose of like backups that well. In fact, I feel like they just get in the way. So first off, I would remove them. Maybe I would also add like a reset door down here so that the player didn't have to go through a pipe and then return. You know, a reset door is just a lot more standard as far as like how that works. I suppose I could also add a reset door like here. I mean, resetting this part wouldn't be that weird, honestly, as like a thing. If you had the option to reset this door, you wouldn't be too surprised. And then it would make sense later on when, or like to reset these boos, in fact. Like just resetting these boos and making them more normal could be just handy as like a quality of life thing. Let me just try that real quick, like, I'm curious if that would work. I have other things I have in mind, though. So let me just see as, like, a... So yeah, there could just literally be a set of reset doors right here. Yeah, that seems fine. Reset doors right there. It's a little close to these springs. Maybe the reset doors would be up here. I like them right here. Put them right there. And we'll just try this out real fast. The lightning round, by the way, is at the end of a stream. So let's say you reset here. Okay, that works. That's pretty easy. And then you can follow these guys pretty easy style. And if they were to despawn, the reset door would take care of it for you. Except if you were to go up here. If they were to respawn like... Oh, okay, it's not actually a very thick layer here. It's a very thin layer. In fact, I can make it a little thinner just as like a precaution against that. Make it impossible to soft lock in there. That, I think, would maybe help a little more even. The other thing I was thinking of is maybe this could be made into an auto-scroll section and could basically have like a normal scroll or... Let me see if... Normal... that was normal, right? And the bullet bill was kind of faster than it. Wait, is this fast? Wait, what? Oh, do fast for me. Let's see if the bullet bill keep up with fast. Okay, yeah, the bullet bill speed is the exact same as the fast speed. But also, this is way too constricted. Oh, also, you can totally see the thing here if that's there. Okay. That doesn't really time out very well. Okay, I'm now convinced that auto-scroll will be none. And I would admit that the reset door will be the key. I will also admit that if I did that, I would have to remove this section here. This whole section would have to be reworked to not, like, make you go between this floor and this floor. You would instead just have, like, it all be auto-scroll, basically. But the bullet bill is just too close to the middle for that to work. Well, let me try to, like, line up the save part. Where is the thing? Like one spring, maybe. Here. Looks fine. A little higher than it was before. Or a little lower than it was before. Let me just... Wish there was a way to move the camera very precisely. You always have to scroll around like this. It's not ideal. Nintendo, if you're making Mario Maker 3, make the camera a little more precise. That'd be lovely. Alright. Well, that's one revision that I would like to do when it comes time to finish this Super World. But that's a ways off. Go ahead and bring back the full-on now playing bar. And let's go on to the next level. Till we run out of them again, if we were. And by the way, y'all, I will say, Mild Remedy, Droop Man, keep on putting in your levels after I play them. I'll continue to do so. And again, let me say how this works for those who are new. And you can also, by the way, scroll down at any point or look at the About page if you're on the mobile app. And that has a bunch of, like, little tables that'll tell you, little panels that tell you about how this all operates and what the rules are when it comes to viewer levels. Basically, if you're here, when your level comes up, I give it full time of day. If you're not here, I do it in very nearly but not quite sudden death, in which I only get 2 tries, refreshing at checkpoints. We are giving this level the full time of day, which means 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. And that should be plenty. These levels are in the traditional vein.
Oh, no.
That didn't go well. Also, that explains how you get that question mark block. Gotta wait, have him do a thing. Right, I need to pay more attention to these indicators. Oh, I see. Nice, nice. Cool. Good. Okay, got a little like Crumble Rumble style chase sequence. I say a Crumble Rumble style chase sequence. Ooh, I like what you've done here.
Oh no!
I like that little bit. You sort of have to wait around and fall into that if you want to get it. Adds a little bit of challenge. I think it's nice done. Crumble Rumble is the level that I did that has a very similar gimmick. Very similar like device mechanic, wherein you're like you're running around on platforms that are being destroyed by you know, these guys as you run along them. I could have gone up there, but I didn't. Look at that, there's the end. Thank you for the level. That's a quite lovely level.
Time.
Take down the timer. Let's see Mild Remedies level. Putting in a complete. And let's do next. Mild Remedy. You go ahead and confirm if you're here. You know what I said before. If you're here, give you the full time of day. If you're not, it'll be the sudden death. Meanwhile, I'm going to pull up a card and talk about what's on it. I've been watching To Your Eternity Season 2. To Your Eternity is a really, like, fun show. Maybe fun is the wrong word. It's kind of sorrowful and sad, but also beautiful. It's about a shapeshifter who appears in the world. He's sort of an eternal, immortal shapeshifter who's running around, and the people he meets and who die, he can take their form, and, you know, he's sort of just living life, running around. You started World 7 Droop Man. That's nice. Living his life and, you know, fighting guys along the way. And as an immortal, he's just sort of going from town to town, and, you know, they sort of tell little contained stories, often which have tragic ends, which are, you know, tragic and shit. And this season has been really good. It actually starts off really interestingly with, like, it starts off and Fuchi, the immortal character, is just sort of alone. Turns out that he has spent the last 40 years on his own, trying to avoid all humans. And as a result, you're just like, oh shit, a lot of time has passed. And then you meet, like, the descendant of another character that was a bad guy, except she's like, oh, now we're good guys, now we're your buddies. And he's like, oh, I don't like that. Minor spoilers. And then, you know, there's already at this point, like, most of the characters that he knows have died. But, like, those who remain, who are still alive at this point, you know, they have one final thing, and then, spoilers again, in, like, the second episode, there's, like, a whole montage of, like, oh yeah, you know, this character's descendants would occasionally come and find me. Like, and then it's just like, oh, hey, I'm the third descendant. Hey, I'm the fourth descendant. Hey, I'm the fifth descendant. And it's just like, oh, shit, how much time are we passing now? Has it been like 100 years at this point? Holy shit. It's just like, whoa. Never before on the show has time moved this fast, this free. But, you know, like, suddenly the state of the world is changing. You know, eras are passing. And, the effects of the first season are being seen more acutely as they pass into history and become, like, the background rather than just like, oh, it's just a random immortal wandering around doing stuff. It's like, no, man, it's been 100 years. A lot of your stuff you did had lasting implications. And I'm looking forward to seeing this season as it starts up and, like, gets into, like, what that's about, what exactly that's gonna mean, and, you know, what new characters we're gonna meet in these new eras and shit. I wonder if it, like, keeps going in this manner. By the way, Mild Remedy, do speak up. I haven't seen Mild Remedy in a minute. Mild Remedy, if you're still here, go ahead and say so, but if not, it will be sudden death. You know how it is. I explained it and all. If you say that you're here, you will absolutely get converted over to a 15-minute timer. But until then, do what we can. Oh, that... I didn't know that those guys, they absorb the super balls. I thought maybe you could just bounce it off them. Okay, we need to run and jump and, like... Nah. Thank you for the level. That was Mild Remedy. Droop Man's got another in the queue. So let's go on to that one. Thank you. I'm gonna hit like. I'm gonna exit. And again, you can put that back in the queue next time if you're here. And honestly, Mild Remedy, I'll give you a minute to speak up if you want me to keep going on that. I'll give you a good amount of time if you were to speak up right now. But yeah, To Your Eternity just started like a week ago. A week ago last, it's on Sundays. It airs on Sundays, so just like a week and change ago. It's been pretty good so far. I really enjoyed the hell out of that first season. I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes and what sort of fates are in store for all of the new friends that Fushi is sure to make. Alright, going over to Droop Man's next stage. Go ahead and hit next. By the way, now that we've finished Grab by the Ghoulies, I guess we need a new like Let's Play type game for after the stream. I do have a bunch of ideas, and also I do have Grand Theft Auto 5, which I haven't finished yet, and I had been playing as a playthrough game outside of, you know, the spooky month, October. We'll see what happens, but I'm thinking maybe a little more, I'm thinking come like next week. Droop Man's suggestion, Luigi's Mansion. I'm saying for next week, not tonight. Luigi's Mansion would make perfect sense to play tonight, but not really planning on that for the thing. I'm thinking like more GTA next week. That's my thing. My thing. Of course, if we get back next October, I'm thinking like a good game to play might be Ghost Trick. I think Ghost Trick would be a fun Halloween game. You do play as a ghost after all. I got more cards right now. Yogurt Fart. Okay, this is a short story, but the other day I was hanging out with my folks. We were watching some TV, some Fringe. We've been rewatching Fringe whenever I go over and hang out with them. Have, you know, Sunday, Saturday dinner, that sort of thing. And my dad said something very funny, very indignantly. He said, and this is true, he said, "You farted during yogurt." And it's true, I did fart when he was eating yogurt. But the way that he said it, and how indignant he got it, as if it's nothing sacred. "You farted during yogurt." Just made me laugh. Like, okay, dude, I farted during yogurt, it's true. It's true that I did that. But his reaction made me laugh. "You farted during yogurt." Honestly. Again, it's true I did fart during yogurt. But, like, it's just yogurt, man. Just having a little bit of yogurt. Well, this is an interesting, like, vertical tower sequence. Let me put up the timer, by the way. That's all there is to say, by the way, about yogurt fart. I like how the on-offs sort of dictate which platforms you can jump on safely and which ones you can't. This is a really interesting way to do a semi-auto-scrolling platform, like, up and down stage. Smart. Dang. Like what you done. I missed a mushroom. Sure, we'll be fine. And Here you have a part where you can't actually ride it for a bit. You have to wait until it's clear. Wall jumps here. Damn, that was very nice. Oh shit, I missed a question mark block. It's okay, we just have to kill this guy. Not that scary. Alright. There we go, we got a key. Good. Good. Alright, there we go. Go ahead and get that timer down. Gonna hit complete on that. And if you want to get another one, Droop Man, go ahead, be my guest. The queue is quite open for anyone looking to get one in. Get one in real nice and quick. If you do so, I imagine that your level would be up pretty soon. I'm going to vamp and do my own level, you know, just as like a... Whenever the queue is empty, I like to sort of space it out a little bit in that way. Maybe do like 1 and 1. Maybe you already figured that out because that's what I've been doing, but let me see. This level is kind of similar to the level we played a little earlier. Preamble Rumble, it's also one of the most popular ones in my Super World. Literally, I think, the most popular in the Super World. But, I go with Beneath the Runway HD. Keep on the theme of spooky levels. This is a level that is a remake of a level from Super Mario Maker 1 that I did. And so it's you know, one of the oldest levels that are that is in this, that is uploaded, right? That I have in Mario Maker 2. But basically this level is sort of a puzzle-themed level, puzzly level, where you sort of have to go through a progression of like power-ups in order to get through. Here you have to get a mushroom and use that mushroom to get through here. You could also lure those ghosts out and technically take a shortcut. Also, because you have the mushroom, those platforms, you can just go through them. This level was originally used in a... The original version of this level, anyway, was originally used in a speedrun, a blind race of that like I Ate Your Pie was doing at the time. It was like the second one that he did ever. I really don't know how many he ended up doing, but this was involved in the second one of those. And it was quite successful, quite fun. You know, obviously you go downtown, and then you have to use the cave to actually fly to the exit. That's basically the idea of this stage, basically to have a whole bunch of business where you have to get the cape and then use it in a way to get to the end. A very Ghost House thing for you to do, right? Like, I think the Ghost House levels are literally the only ones in the original game that ever required you to be like, hey, if you want to get to this exit, you need to cape, you need to fly. That is an intended strat. Not just for fun, not just for cheese, it is intended. And this one is the same way. There's only 3 comments on it ever. Nice changing for Ninja. That was amazing. So much fun gliding over the stage. 3 good comments, wow. 6 comments here, 15 comments here, 8 comments here. That makes sense. This one here was the original one of my first Super World back in the original game, back in Mario Maker 1. Though I only finished 4 worlds of it, didn't ever get to the full 8 that I intended, but it's a pretty good one nonetheless. Pretty good way to start out the Super World. I did like 4 remakes basically right here, between like Runway, Reef with a Heart of Gold, Cavern Fervor, and The River Kicks, which is like The River Styx, but you know, it kicks because it's a boot level. See how that is? It's a Kribo shoe level. With that stage, when I originally, during that race, most people were able to get through it pretty well, but there was one racer who, you know, hadn't played Super Mario World before, so, or like the original game, and so didn't actually know how to fly. And it was fascinating watching that guy, like, learn to fly real time. And of course, the level is sort of set up where if you fuck up, you're kind of fucked. because in some cases the power up wouldn't respawn. It was the original power up wasn't in a pipe, so if you wasn't in a pipe, it was just in a box. So if you used it and came back, it'd be gone, and you'd have to restart, and that thing would be really discouraging for a player who just literally had never played a level that required the use of flight, which was really eye-opening for me, especially since it was in a an actual like race setting. Presumably people who like are like tryhards or like good at platformers, and even they sometimes don't know like the first thing about flying if they're rusty or out of shape or something. I think that was the first time that I really like appreciated like really appreciated like wanting to accommodate people, right? And wanting to like understand like, oh, just because I know how to fly doesn't mean everyone knows how to fly, and maybe the level should be set up in such a way that it sort of tests first that you know how to fly, and then maybe makes it so that once you know how to fly that you're good. Also, the simplest thing you could do there is add a checkpoint, but it originally didn't have one because it was before checkpoints. The other thing you could do is just make it so that once you have the thing, it's good. I don't think there were on-offs were there not on-offs at that point? I don't think there were on-offs. If you were doing that level nowadays, actually, I guess the thing you would want to do is have it be an on-off. Instead of a one-way, you would instead use... Shit, I should have thought of that when I was making that level. That would be improved if instead of a one-way platform that lets you go from where the feather spawns to the end, instead it was just a on-off. And if you turn it off, when you're exiting, you turn it off, and then it's you can go back and go get a power up if you need it. That said, though, you would need to run. No, the runway is long enough. That's fine. You wouldn't need to run starting at the very end of it. Yeah, there's sometimes you figure things out too late. That I'm not gonna. What am I doing? I just hit B. I'm not gonna like do another revision of it. I'm just saying that if I were to, that'd be a good improvement. Even in this current version, even. I do like with that. Originally, obviously, the night theme didn't exist in that archetype, so it used to be during the day. And it's even better now and even more spooky now that the airship part of the level is at night. That's really lovely. World 6, 7, Cannon Climb. Let's go. By the way, you can enter the green pipe near the tree in the level. You got it. Keep that in mind. Okay. Anyway, I'll say like, I'm sure if and I have in like previous streams, like on one such occasion, I did go through all my Mario Maker 1 stages and like talked about like the process and where I was as a Mario Maker. I think one of the most important series I ever did, as far as like me as a designer goes. Oh wow, shit. That guy just sort of appeared there. As far as a maker goes, most important series I ever did was a series of Donkey Kong Country remakes. I missed the pipe, sorry. Was a series of Donkey Kong Country remakes where I remade 4 levels from those games, from DKC 1, 2, 3, and Tropical Freeze. And through that process, I realized that those levels, which were some of my favorite levels, each level had like multiple ideas that it plays around with, and none of those levels just like stayed the same for the entire course of it. That's why nowadays, whenever I'm getting to the halfway point, I'm always trying to mix things up and mix in some new ideas, come up with new things because of, you know, what I observed going back and looking at the originals and realizing like, oh wow, you know, it is true you should base levels off like a core mechanic, but playing around with more ideas allows you to have a more complicated texture for a level and more going on than just one thing. And it's the interplay of these ideas that really creates a memorable stage, I think. Let's do one more of these. We'll do one more of these from my own history. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up another card. What games are in your backlog? I was thinking about this recently. Sort of thinking about some games I meant to play more of. In particular, you know, I've been talking about Persona 5 Royale recently, and I remembered the other day that like, oh shit, I meant to play through Persona Strikers. Persona 5 Strikers, which is sort of like a Musou-style Persona game that is also very much just like a Persona 5 type thing. But never found the time for that. You know, there's other games I never found the time to play as well. Never found the time to finish. Like, let's see, what was that? Scarlet Nexus. There was also Eastward. Eastward was one of them. A couple other games like that where like, yeah, I started them and then I sort of just lost track of them, and that was that. Definitely thinking about those occasionally and thinking like, oh, I should probably find time for those. Recently, I've been playing a lot of like randomizer stuff as well to prepare for upcoming events, which is the randomizer roulette. Sometime next month will be the randomizer roulette for Extra Life. 4 randomizers swapping every 5 to 10 minutes. Paper Mario, DK64, Metroid Fusion, and Minish Cap. And you know, playing those randomizers in my free time in order to like get more accustomed with them and be ready and prepared for whatever comes my way is good and all. And turns out they make really good like idle entertainment. You know, and also a thing about them that's nice is that they don't actually like cannibalize any content, right? Like, just because I play through it off stream doesn't mean I can't also stream a randomizer run of it. In fact, it makes it better because I'm more prepared and I know where everything is better, me preparing and all. Whereas like if I were to start replaying like let's say Wario Land 4, if I were to start replaying Wario Land 4 off stream and eventually I wanted to make it a stream game, it'd be a little weird. I'm gonna play through Avalanche Lodge Cabin Fever. Like I said earlier, this was the first level of my original Super World back in the original game. I think it's a pretty good level too. I have been thinking about this mechanic that this level does, where it has these enemies on springs that are used to propel them across gaps. I'd like to do a level like this in the new one, but I'm not really sure if there is a level that are in my plans right now that really fits it. Maybe, you know, I guess I could just like cancel a level or like turn a level idea that I have into something more along these lines. That is possible. Or maybe I could see like, I'm not sure. In some cases it's aesthetic based, like there is a Ripsaw Rainbow, for instance. Like, I'm not sure how those springs would look in the middle of a rainbow themed level, right? Would they just be on like lower rainbows? What would be the deal there? It's like hard to really say, but you know, part of making a Super World is thinking about all the opportunities and all the possibilities, and you know, wanting to make a really well-rounded thing where like I'm using every single idea that not every single idea, but like I'm using everything a sufficient amount of time at times. You know, I'm not underusing anything, I'm not overusing anything. It has a nice variety to it. Anyway, one more card related to the last one. How often do y'all replay games? I'll say, even before I became a streamer and started like replaying games on the regular, I would replay games pretty often. You know, there are some games where I would like to replay them like once a year. Sorry your tablet died earlier. No problem. We didn't get through your level because it was hard and we had to do it in sudden death. But if you were to resubmit it, Mild Remedy, I think we could. Well, we'll give it our best. We're still outside the lightning round, so anything's possible. Like I said, the lightning round will start at 11 o'clock. Anyway, let's see the next level. Thank you, Mild Remedy, for the level. Anyway, I tend to replay a lot of the time. You know, replay games pretty frequently. And I'll say, like, an interesting thing about streaming has been that I have felt that I should save game replays for the stream, right? Like I said just a minute ago, if I were to replay, like, start replaying Wario Land 4 off stream idly, I feel like that would cannibalize what could be a perfectly good playthrough. But I guess should stop thinking about that way, because that's just going to end up with me with nothing to play and replaying nothing. And you know, there's only so many slots for stream games to begin with, so can't exactly have everything. By the way, for those previous two cards, my plan for the coming stream on Wednesday, which of course is the streamiversary, big anniversary stream, I need to come up with cards for that whole stream, so I'm gonna make a bunch that are just like games that are in my backlog that I would like to come back to and find the time for, and that's gonna really fill out the lineup of cards really nicely. I'll similarly have to think of a bunch of cards for the randomizer roulette, I guess. But for that, I think I'll just use, like, I'll just make a card for every, like, anime I'm watching, pretty much, and that'll more than do it. I think I had another 12-hour stream where I was able to fill the whole thing with just a bunch of me talking about the animes that I'm watching in the season.
Oh, no.
I watch a lot of simulcast anime. I think I'm probably watching, like, at least 24 at any given time. It's nice having stuff to follow and to catch day by day. You know, and honestly, it's not just anime that has to be this. You know, Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon was kind of like this as well. And it was nice to have that on a daily basis to go to.
Oh, no.
Really nice. So yeah, that's some general comments about cards and stuff that'll be coming up. Here, if I just take it slow, if I'm right on top of a thing, it won't necessarily spawn. Some of the timing's a little awkward sometimes. Like if something spawns in an inconvenient rhythm. Yeah. That's just like... I have a feeling that this might be something. Oh, it's nothing. Okay, so try number 2. Hard level to have, like, no extra power-up right before the boss fight, but it is pretty late into the super world, so I guess that's your way of you know, bringing the difficulty up and creating a ramp, you know what I mean, right? It's good when you're making a super world to treat it as a game, treat it as you would a full-on game, and to increase the difficulty as you go. That's just good operating procedure. Fuck! Ow, that was careless. I looked away to make like a look at a camera type thing. That was ill-timed on my part. Oh, they ended up nicely spawned this time. And look at that, it's a fire flower. We're doing pretty good this time. And apparently there is a collectible, there's an item on the far right. You know, I was halfway thinking that, like maybe I should check. But I decided against because I am, wasn't thinking. I wasn't like, whatever. I guess I should trust my instincts on that. You wouldn't put that whole area just for nothing. And by the way, I think you were good the way you had it. Don't think it necessarily needs like a hint just because I wasn't hottening onto it. I think it's pretty well done as is. That's my note for you there. I had an idea. I had an inkling. But I just was like, just gonna roll. It's true, I did in the back of my head think, like, maybe. But then I was like, no. Thank you for the level. It is now time for Mild Remedies level. Mild Remedies level is next. Mild Remedy, please confirm. I understand your tablet is now probably plugged in, so that's going to help a lot, I think. Go ahead and hit next. Mild Remedy is confirming. All right, look at that. Let me go ahead and pull up the thing. Next card, showing the new emotes again. For the anniversary, the big stream anniversary, I have created a bunch of new emotes for this here channel. And specifically of the lineup here, it is the crocodile, the choo-choo, and the Ridley. Those ones are new. And the Ridley was actually the good luck have fun part of it was suggested by what the fuck was his face? Goofball. There we go. Was suggested by Goofball last week, and went ahead and did that. There's only 2 more levels you can give me, Droopman. Jeez, we're getting down on it. Got down to it then. I think with the current time it is, this will be the last level outside of the lightning round. That's nice. The lightning round will be beginning after this. If there's time, you could send to Super World from your other account. Certainly, yes, you could absolutely do that. Look at that, you have a whole nother Super World. Also, again, I'll be back on Wednesday, and you could send it then as well. Again, you can see there that there's the... Let me enter in this code. I'm going to start entering the code while I talk about these. The Ridley is sort of like going, and sort of like shouting out, good luck, have fun. That sort of thing. That gets pretty good. I really like... I think my favorite of them is the choo-choo one, which came together last night. I found that choo-choo art, edited it a little bit to make it so that there wasn't any distracting elements, and also that the eyes were looking in the direction I thought would be funniest. And turns out really well, and I think it's just really useful. I mean, look at this shit. Let me just go ahead and look at that shit in chat. Doesn't that look nice? It also reads pretty well as far as like the eyes go, even when they're small. Took a couple of iterations to get to that point, but I think it's really nice. It's a top-notch emote. I also really like the crocodile. I had to do nothing to that. It just was the way it was to begin with. But I think it's just a really nice, basic emote that you can use whenever you're happy. Other than that, I did also update some of the other tier emotes, like the brain and weak or new. Those are just emotes that I would like to use. And that's sort of what I thought when putting together those tiers, because honestly, no one currently has access to them other than me, because no one is subscribed on those tiers. And even in cases like big streamers, you very seldomly see tier 2 and tier 3. You are more likely to see like a gifted sub rather than like someone moving up to another tier. So I would guess that those ones will continue to be just mine, just for me. But basically, I chose those in order to be useful for me, like a brain. That's from Psychonauts, by the way. You can use it for like galaxy brain type stuff, Weak you can use for like, oh, it's not cool, by the way, that spot from Persona 5. And other than that, the other new one is the president on the far right of the 10K bit one. That is the president from Sonic Adventure 2. I thought he looked kind of funny, and he made kind of a funny face, and I just threw that in as the 10K. No one currently has access to that, so it's not really a big deal. It's just another one that I can use if I want. And also, of course, for y'all who are following, those bottom row are free to y'all. You should use them whenever appropriate. The lightning bolt is particularly useful for when the lightning round starts, which is coming up. Anyway, let's go ahead and put the timer up. 15 minutes. Let's do this. We have to jump. And we have to hit the POW while in midair. Let's just see like a little bit of what's ahead. These next segments look actually easier than the first section. Like, so long as we can... I think we'll be able to nail the prawn plant while jumping over. And some of these spaces you can totally take multiple tries at. That's not one of them, though. 15 minutes, let's go. Once we get past these first two jumps, we gotta try to get it in one. Wonder if there's like a reference as far as like these stars go. Like if you jump to a certain height and fireball, is that gonna do it? Maybe. Probably like a rule of thumb you could come up with. There we go. It's also maybe possible we could just pull back midway, but I feel like in order to hit the POW block, you have to basically be at a point of no return. Otherwise, you're not going to have enough height, enough distance to even reach it. By the way, one more thing I've been thinking about recently is maybe for the timer, you know, the timer that we have during Mario Maker, maybe I should add like a little text, a tiny amount of text, maybe in white, right below the timer that says like, until last tries or something, in order to make especially clear that during viewer levels, there's also 5 last tries in addition to the full timer. And that's how we do things. Maybe that would make the full system immediately apparent upon opening the stream, rather than something you have to figure out or have to be told or have to be explained. There we go. There we go. Honestly, we might be able to skip this one entirely if we really wanted to. The first challenge was definitely the hardest by an order of magnitude. The rest of these challenges so far are a lot more doable. Like, you can get through them in like a try or two. Look at that, we did it. Ah, nice work, mild remedy. That was, indeed, after we got through that first part, mild. Not too hard at all. Just had to get past 2 hard jumps. Exactly 2. Thank you. Go ahead and bounce out of there. And like I said, mild remedy, feel free to continue to resubmit that code, and, you know, when your turn comes up again, play another level. That's how we do things. And of course, if anyone else wants to get in levels, now is a great time. In fact, you know what? It is 11:04, and do you all know what that means? It means it's time for the lightning round. Folks, during the lightning round, I only have 5 tries to beat each level that comes to me. 5 tries refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 for subs, and also the new person. The first level of the night gets extra lives basically in the lightning round. And the heads can be one of many things. There's Bowser heads. There's all sorts of Mario type heads, like from Toads to Waluigi's to Wario's to Luigi's to even some that aren't Mario related that are 1/5. They're like weighted. Basically, there's 5 copies of every Mario related ones, and then there's like 1 copy of like the Simpsons and Donkey Kong related ones and Mega Man. Basically, those other bonus heads are from other streams I've done with 5 life gimmicks or something of the sort. You know, for DKC, I actually did ones with a 2 life gimmick, which was a lot more strict. Though not as strict as a 1 life gimmick. You get how it is. I am planning, by the way. I've mentioned before the stream anniversary is coming up, and there's a 5 life gimmick for the Sonic Adventure 2 portion of that stream. Well, during that part, there'll be 5 heads for the dark side and 5 heads for the light side. And I'm thinking 2 of those heads from either side will be bonus heads before too long. Not tonight, because I just got them all working, you know, like last night, and I didn't have time to like go in and go, I want to make them work for this as well. Didn't have time to set that up, so look forward to that in the future. Let me go ahead and pull up the question mark blocks that hide where it is in the roulette and hit G twice. That's the hotkey question that does it. Look at that, you got DK and Diddy. That is, like I said, rare. I think you got, well, actually, I don't know if you were the first one up, Droopman. Whoever had on Friday the lightning round, also I think had the lightning round to start off with, also got a rare set of heads. So that's damn nice. Good on ya. Go ahead and punch in y'all code. HBG. Let's go ahead and get this done. 7-1 platform station. 7% clear rate. Should be pretty doable. By Droopman. Okay, short timer. Moving platforms. I like the sky. Sky theme's nice. Hang on, has a lot of the super world been oh wow.
Oh no!
I didn't react properly to that. Has a lot of the super world been New You? That's nice. New You is kind of I do think New You is sort of underappreciated as the style goes. I think that personally I like to get as much mileage out of every archetype as I possibly can. So like personally when it comes to New You and like I like to use it as much as the other 2 themes. In fact, by the end of the super world and by the end of any set of levels that I do, I like to have it so that all 5 styles in the game have an equal amount of levels, which will be true by the end of the super world, by the way. This next world, this world that we're on, has no Super Mario Bros. 3 level to make up for the last world, which had 2 of them. And the last world, the very last world, will have 1 of each, basically. And the first 5 worlds also had like each of them was lacking in 1 type and had 2 of another type, basically. That's how that worked. I think it's good to appreciate and use to get as much mileage as you can out of the game, and for that you need to actually make levels in every type, in every style, because each style has something unique that they offer. Obviously 3D World most of all, but even the difference between 3 and 1 and World, there are pretty big differences therein that you play with as you make your levels. Alright, I'm gonna hit complete on that. Alright. Mild Remedy, I see you haven't gotten 1 in yet, another level in. if you want to do so, please be my guest. I absolutely encourage everyone to get as many levels in as they can, not least of which reason because if I'm not careful, otherwise I would run out of them, especially during the lightning round. We're gonna do one of my own levels real fast before the next Droop Band stage. So let me pull out one of those. And by the way, if you see any that you like and that you want me to show you, just shout out the name of it. I think that would be fun. Of these, I showed today some spooky levels. What is a kind of a spooky level? The Theme of Dreams is kind of a spooky level. And also, it's pretty, like, original as far as, like, I don't think I've seen anyone else using this solution, using this trick, even though it makes it, like, it's pretty neat and pretty nifty. We'll play this one. Anchor Drop Armada? Okay, I'll do that. Droop Man, do you mind if I do that after this level? Or should I do it after one more of your levels? So this level is in a desert, and you go into this pit, and as you can see, it's upside down. And you are descending. It is a single shaft level, meaning that there's no left-right movement. And in this level, you drop, and you land in a clown car. And the interesting thing about this is that basically, when you're in a clown car, it doesn't matter if you're upside down. Up moves you up, down moves you down. You can do it after this one. Cool. And it's pretty fun to be flying down, taking out guys, and just causing their, like, cannonballs to just, like, fall down into the top of the screen. Also, there's a little bit of a Lovecraftian bent to it. Bent is a different word. We're like, oh, you know, you can totally picture it as like, oh, something about this place that's getting into your mind. There's all sorts of weird, sort of spirals and twists. They're just, like, coming out as pipes at you. The lights are flickering. You probably saw that, right? I'm still alive, right? There, no problems? Okay. That was kind of spooky. But not in like a, ooh, I'm scared way, and more of like a, is the power gonna fail? Is that gonna end the stream? Kind of way. One last shaft here. And then there's one last bonus here under the thing. That's a 50 coin. Beautiful. I really liked how this made it so that doing like an upside down stage didn't have like most of the usual disadvantages of upside down stages. Sort of made it into more of an aesthetic thing. I will say, in my Super World, I did end up making an upside-down stage that is more gameplay relevant and where you actually have to deal with it, and it's kind of evil, but also, you know, not that hard either, which I thought was fun to do. You know. This here is Anchor Drop Armada. Droop Man asking for Anchor Drop Armada. It is a level where you got these anchors, which are just like these tilting platforms, and you can see that with the railings under them, they sort of look like anchors. You're dropping through gaps, you're making your way around, there's fishies coming out of pipes, parachuting down. Also, because those guys jump, they sort of end up like moving the tilting platform back and forth. At this point, though, you go into the subworld, and suddenly there's fishes coming in a line that you have to deal with. Again, you know, like I said earlier, I do believe in a level, that a level should change at the midway point. The midway point is a great time to twist it up, mix it up. And going into the subworld where everything is like lines of fishes rather than just parachuting fishes, I think it's interesting. Also, by the way, there's a secret here. Again, secret under a secret. I remember there was a very influential, like, to me anyway, like, website back in the day that basically talked about Donkey Kong Country 2's how it hid secrets. And one of the things that really impressed on me was the idea of, like, there is a DK coin in Donkey Kong Country 2 where it's hidden in a bonus room, basically. And that is the only place in the game where that is the case. So the website basically said, like, okay, well, the game is playing with your expectations and hiding it in the one place where you wouldn't expect it. And also, you know, a classic bit is to hide a secret behind a secret. See how that works. I always think that's a fun thing to do. All right, that is a couple of my levels. Hope y'all liked seeing them. Go ahead and hit next. Next level is Droop's next level. How many levels you got in the Super World left, Droop? I think you're just right up to the, or almost up to present. There was like 1 or 2 more. We can space this out a bit, if you so please. YY1. Wait, I did something wrong. No, 1. Where? Oh. No, double G. There we go. YY1 9CG. Also, I still got cards. Watched part of the first episode of Killer Romantic. Or Romantic Killer? It's probably the other way, actually. It's probably Killer Romantic. Whatever the name of the show is, it's on Netflix, and that didn't seem very good. I was watching it, and it's sort of like a rom-com, where, like, a magic wizard appears out of a TV and tells the girl that, hey, I'm gonna take away your video games, I'm gonna make your life into a, like, harem type, you know, what's the word, one of those visual novels where, like, the girl is like swept off her feet by one of 5 boys, you know, that sort of game. I'm gonna turn your life into that in order to fix Japan's declining birth rate, and also I'm gonna take away your video games, chocolate, and your cat. Which I've mentioned before how, like, birth rate propaganda in Japan is a weird thing, but, like, for like this show, like, bringing that up, like, immediately made me go, like, oh, okay, that's weird to me, this birth rate stuff. And I will say, it's like, you know, it honestly hits on it so heavily that it could be like it could be a joke. It's a parody, maybe, of birth rate propaganda. By the way, I see what you've done here. This is 1-3. This is 1-3 from Super Mario Brothers 3. Except with like clown horns. It's a little awkward. As is. And I was just like, man, the weirdest thing is that it seems to suggest that, like I said, the suggestion that women should not have cats, chocolates, or video games is just like, wow, that's super weird. First off, there are plenty of married women and, like, women who date who have cats, like video games, or enjoy chocolate. Like, what? The chocolate and video game part, it feels paternalistic, especially, but, like, the cat part, that part throws me for a loop. Like, you're saying that single people shouldn't have cats? Shouldn't have pets? That's a weird thing to say. And it's, you know what? It's honestly probably a joke. But I was just so, like, okay, you know what? I'm out. You know, just like in the manner of, like, a Shark Tank guy who just heard something really out of left field and it's like, okay, I'm out. Washing my hands of this. No deal. Not watching this. Okay, I'm gonna hit complete, and, Alright. Droop Man getting in another level. Fantastic. Why don't I play... You know what I'll play? I'll play Grave Gauntlet, which is the latest... The latest level that I... One of the latest levels that I did, and also uses an underground upside down part. Also, I'll do a card. Show the Sonic Adventure 2 heads again, and promote Wednesday's big stream. For those who didn't see it earlier, look at this shit. I'm gonna show off. Let me start off with what it is. Streamiversary, Wednesday. It's November 2nd. That's Wednesday. And it's gonna start at 6 p.m. and go late. Like late into the night. Viewer worlds are gonna be first up. It's like viewer levels, but I play as many as I can in 15 minutes for each viewer. Then Sonic Adventure 2 with a 5 life limit. Basically, every 5 lives, not refreshing at any point. I switch from dark side to light side, and vice versa. And also, there'll be a sub-goal for Mario Party and Sonic 2 movie. Watch party. Basically, I'll watch the Sonic movie and I'll play some Mario Party at the same time. It'll be fine. It'll be good. Looking forward to that. And let me show you those new heads. Check those out. Whoa, the feed dropped. I'll reset that. There we go. You see there, those are the light side heads. I'll just unpause so maybe you can see them better. You know what? I'll exit course or something. There are the hero side heads. You can see there you got Sonic, you got Tails, you got Knuckles, you got what's his face? You got Big the Cat, that's his name. And you got Amy, Rose there. They're the 5 heads that I've landed on. And I also got the dark heads here. They are Shadow, Eggman, Rogue the Bat, Gamma, from Sonic Battle anyway, and the evil Chow Walker pilot, I suppose. So, pretty good set of heads, I think. Looking forward to that sequence. Hope y'all will come by and watch some of that. Switch back to the regular Mario Maker bit. I swear, it's always something. I wonder if the camera fuck-up bit isn't actually the capture card or anything. It's just OBS being a fucking shit. It might be on OBS, honestly, that these cameras keep freezing up and like the capture stuff keeps failing. Get down those extra heads. I'm gonna play through this level, and then we'll go to Droop Man's. How many Super World you have? 8 levels left. Oh, okay. So we're not really gonna probably get through a lot of them today necessarily. Though I guess maybe we could. Possible. If there had been just like 1 left, maybe I would stall it out a bit and we get to that one at the very end and have that be the last one. Anyway, this here's an auto scroller and moves pretty fast in order to make it so that you're not like... The thing I don't like about auto scrollers is I don't like waiting for the screen to scroll. And I wanted to avoid that in my auto scroller. Okay, so I got like 13, 14 left. Gotcha. 14 levels, gotcha. I wanted to avoid that in my level, so ended up making it a fast-paced auto-scroller. In this one, now you're upside down. The up-down part of the camera is locked in. Cannot scroll past a certain point. So as a result, it's pretty much, it's pretty constrained into what sorts of challenges you can have. Also, there's these bits where as you jump, it switches back and forth. I think that's pretty fun and, like, pretty scary the first time you get to that. And you just have to jump and hope for the best. I especially like that part where you go over the fire bar mid-jump. I think that's fucking good. I think that's very fun. And here's the final evil bit. Off-screen platforming. In the second half, you have to platform off-screen for a while. That was a very funny idea. I hope that people saw this and were like, "Oh fuck!" But it's not that bad, honestly. You can manage. There we go. There's the one upside down level in the Super World, and like the one proper upside down level I've actually honestly done. It came out really well. I guess I've done two. I've done two, but you know, this is the only one where the upside down is like a serious consideration while you're playing the level. The other one, since you're flying, it's sort of like diminished. You know, it's like the thing from from the Star Wars documentaries where you say, oh, the effects of it are diminished somewhat. By the way, this level needs a little revision. I mentioned earlier that I would be revising some levels when I did my updates. One thing I noticed recently is that this semi-solid here, this is actually not going all the way up. This one is just one that ends here. So if you break through these blocks and like jump through, you could end up getting stuck on top of this guy right here. This is clear, so you could get out this way, but if you were small or if you were unable to do it in time, you would be trapped. I would like to remove that so it's more aesthetically pleasing, and there's no gotchas in any of these, in any of this like aesthetic stuff. It's all just nice and for background. I also liked in this level all the icicle stuff, like using the icicles to create a little bit of drizzle. I think it hits the right atmosphere for a cave, for this cave level. Oh, I should have minimized the queue while I was, you know, done the smaller queue, as I like to do. How about we do one more? We'll do one more of these. And by the way, if y'all get in your levels, we'll do Pipeline Panic, which is the alternate to the Ghost House level. And it's also, I believe, right now, the level in the Super World with the lowest clear rate. Because it's not that it's hard, it's like super hard, it's just that because of the lava, if you rush, it's very easy to die. Because you can jump off a cliff, you can fall into lava, and things won't quite work out for you if you get a little too impatient. That said, I will say, this level is set up with cases like this where, you know, there's just like a bunch of fucking bloopers, and you can jump off from one to the next, to the next, to the next, and get through, even if the lava level is up. The goo level, I suppose. Also, you can see the pipes, they represent how high the goo goes. This whole section here, you don't have to worry about shit. As a result. This little waiting section lets these fishes get into position and get into where they're gonna end up in the next last of the level. And since these fishes are a really unique enemy, in that they are, because they're on fire, kinda, they cannot be jumped on, they cannot be, like, killed other than using a fireball. So I wanted the player to have a fireball if they wanted. So as a result, I give the player the option to get one using skill if they you know, go through the trouble. Here I set this up to buy a little time while the lava was up, make it so that you're not like waiting for a while. Well, fuck. There we go. In the earlier drafts, the power-up was in that block over there, but I decided to be nicer and put it into the one in the middle. That was a nicer move. I like that section a lot, just like jumping over those four guys, moving very fast. I think it's very nice. And of course, you could just fireball it if you so pleased, and that would kill all three of those guys pretty quickly, but you know, we didn't have it at that point. So, what are you gonna do? Alright, let's see another level. So it is 11:30 p.m. Or 11:29 for you right now. Yes, that's right. That's the time that it is. That is correct. You can see right there on the main screen. 11:29 p.m. I am in Central Time. Where are you at, Droop Man? What's your time zone? Are you saying that, oh wow, that's later than it is? Or are you saying, oh wow, that's earlier than it is? Is it still Halloween where you are? It could be that it's not Halloween where Droopman is. I'm gonna punch in this level. I still got a card or two. Did you hear about, oh, it's not Halloween where you are now. You're an hour ahead, Drip Man. Did you hear about May removed from Overwatch 2? Apparently there was a glitch with May, and they had to remove May entirely due to this glitch. Man, the launch of Overwatch 2 has been a real fucking hot mess. You hear about that, and, you know, previously, like, there were problems with Torbjorn and Bastion. Bastion was removed for a few weeks. That's not a good look for a game. I tell you, though. You know, I've seen someone say, like, oh, what a successful launch. What time is the stream anniversary at? It's 6 p.m. Central is starting at. So that'll be 7 p.m. Eastern time. Did I type this in wrong? Oh, that's an F, not an L. 7 p.m. Eastern time is how it turns out. Is this the right code? Oh, yes. Alright, so I should just choose one then. Oh, no, this is your previous Super World, isn't it? Tell you what, let's just start from the thing. Works out perfectly, I'm glad to hear it. I'm happy to hear it. Again, we'll just be rolling right into the Super World. Into viewer worlds right away. The second segment, which will be like 2 or 3 hours in maybe, will be Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Should be a fun night. And like I said, sub goal for Mario Party and Sonic Adventure 2 or Sonic 2 movie. Mario Party 1 and 2 come out on Nintendo 64 online that night, so, you know, it makes sense. It's something we can do. It's sort of like serendipitous timing, really, that they come out the same day as the anniversary. Like, that just worked out so perfectly. I can't ignore that as an omen. You know, I can't just say like, oh, that's interesting. I gotta take that to mean like, okay, we gotta do this thing. It's happening. And we'll see if it happens, depending on money. You know, we need some minimum amount of subs. Maybe like 10 or so. Maybe 10, 15. I'll think about it. I'll talk with some folks. What sounds good? Maybe 10 would make sense because I am planning, you know, there is Extra Life coming up, and, you know, that will also be that'll be like actual donations for a charitable cause, so that'll be maybe a little more like, you know, I only need a small goal for this medium long size stream, you know, rather than a big overarching goal, basically. Root Man, if you want me to continue going and play another level, let me know, but let's keep going. Yeah, there's no one else in queue, and I've done a lot of my own levels, so might as well carry on, do another level here. Maybe even... Sure. Alright, let's keep going. These levels are short too, so it's no problem at all. I still have cards though, let me see. Shout out to Bochi the Rock's animators. Man, I showed y'all this, I think I still have it set up. Let's see. No, where is it? There it is! Showed you this one from like a week ago. This still of a character just sort of melting and going into squiggle vision before your eyes. Man, they're really having fun with it, like, as far as... There were so many scenes in this where it's like, holy shit. In this week's episode where you just saw it and it's like, wow, they're just like, they don't give a fuck. Just like, she is turning into static before our eyes, just going, ah! And that is being represented by like, just like, discordant lines and like sharp angles and basically turning into a Super Paper Mario character. Like a glitchy one at that. And it's just like, whoa. Luckily, these levels don't have a strict timer. Yeah, that'd be hard if they were like not traditional. Bochi the Rock is just like the best shit this season. And honestly, for me right now, I'm feeling like it might be the one. It might be my anime of the year. Should it continue hitting at this level, I would recommend anyone check it out. You know, it's a show where a lonely rocker chick, her words, wants to get over her social issues, her social ineptitude, learn to talk to people, and you know, join a band and be really good. And it's cute and fun and oh jeez, this guy right there. You have to time that properly. It's cute and fun, and the animators seem like they're having such a fucking ball. Like, they're just doing all sorts of ridiculous stuff that makes you go like, holy shit. In like one of the previous episodes, there was a point where like a actual physical balloon was popped on screen. You hate the level because of those theming issues? Yeah, that's a bummer. I feel ya. When you can see stuff that you weren't supposed to see, that is a bummer. For sure. They actually got like a live action balloon and popped it as like a cutaway in this animated show, which you never see. And it's like, oh shit, they're just being creative. They're just having a great time. Shout out to them. Like, shout out. And also that was the last card, by the way. No more cards tonight. Yeah, so like for, let's see. What's a level with a section that is like you're not supposed to see? Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good example of that. Smokestack Attack has a bunch of areas like that where, you know, you can very just easily check each of the corners of the screen and make sure that like, oh, you can't see any of these areas that you're not supposed to. But not in this area, actually, in the subworld specifically. Like here, you go over here, and I guess I did actually fill it in. None of this is empty. I swear there is a level out there in this super world, or somewhere where there's whole sections. Okay, here's something where it's just like, oh yeah, if you scroll off screen and you look at the parts where you're just literally unable to go, there are like uncapped pipes and just places where there was no decoration done. Because you're not going to see it. I mean, at a certain point, there is such a thing as the limit to how much stuff you can put in a level. So theming parts that you're not going to see is not just wasteful. It, you know, it takes away from what you can actually do. How about one more of those levels? I showed off previously. Maybe a few more, actually. I showed off some levels that need revisions, basically. That's sort of one of the themes of tonight. I think another one that needs like a little revision is Sunshine Scramble, and I showed this off and talked to it the other day, but I'll do it again here so, you know, they'll all be, so that all those revision thoughts are in one VOD. Which, by the way, I'll say again, I'm up to date on YouTube now. All the VODs that I had available are now all on YouTube, and this one will be too. Before too long. Well, that was a lucky save. In this level, you can't touch the ground, by the way. My one thought here is that these Goombas here, that in those sections right there, are a little too far apart. I would really like to just make a bunch of Goombas there and just saturate the ground with Goombas, so it's really impossible to hit the ground accidentally and to screw that part up without, just by being unlucky. So that would be one revision I would do there. Let's see, does anything else need revisions? No, that's fine. That's good, that's solid. Good. Oh, there's it's Smokestack Attack. I'm just gonna run through the rest of the ones that I think need like small revisions towards the end of the super world. And then I'll finish off. If there's no further levels, Droop Man, I'll finish off your world and your super world. And that'll be how we end it. Should there be no one further getting in. And let me minimize the queue. Again, if you want to get in, now's the great time. Seems like we are wrapping up. The one revision here has to do with the second half. I lost my guy, but you know what? This level's pretty nice. There's another Yoshi right here. I haven't used Yoshi that much. Yoshi has only been used a couple times. Once Fireball, once this one. And my latest level uses just regular ass Yoshi. I don't know if you hit complete on mine. I didn't. You're still in the queue. You're still in the queue. Oh, you know what? You're right. I should hit complete. So if anyone else, well, actually, you're gonna resubmit right now. I'll hit complete so that you can resubmit right now if you want. And anyone coming in will know that you're ahead of them. And that's how we'll work it. This part of the level, you're now flying and you're sort of going up. This level is just the quintessential Squawks level. You know, DKC style. Very much inspired by, like, especially inspired by Squawks, the first Squawks level, which is half not a flying level and then half a flying level. Same sort of deal here, literally, almost. Same sort of level, exactly. Oh, you know what? Let me die. Because I totally forgot to show the thing I need to revise. So this level, there are a bunch of places where you can get soft locked if you end up without the clown car in a part where you need to fly. And one part where that's not the case, where you actually can get soft locked permanently, is if you blow up this wall, which I guess I didn't think about. If you blow up this wall and like go over here, or go over here, you can crawl in here, and you would just be soft locked, and just be unable to continue. That said, that does involve you blowing apart the scenery and going into the decoration, so I guess I shouldn't be too sympathetic to like people who get locked that way. And also, the level's not so long that you can't just restart. If that happens, and let's say you did bring that on yourself if that does happen. But I'm thinking I'll put like a one-way door in front of that so that the players cannot just fire in and break up that area. And I think that'll help a good bit. In this section, there's the ones that are going back and forth, and some of them you can kill, some of them you can't kill. I think having that texture is a nice touch. Other than that, I think mostly the Super World is good as is. Needs no changes. I'm pretty much happy with everything in World 2, everything in World 3, and so on. Everything is a nice difficulty curve, mostly. Levels get harder as they go. And I do think Mecha Maelstrom is maybe a little bit chaotic, but I think it's pretty well liked. I don't think any revisions are necessary, and I do think the primary gimmick in it is pretty cool. I honestly don't know what I would do if I were to do any changes. Just, I think of my Super World levels, this is the one where I'm most middling on. Just because it's I think it's a cool level, right? And obviously it's one of these levels where you can beat it in 20 seconds if you so please. And basically you have a lot of opportunities to use the Spike Hat in that time. Also, I think it's neat here how you just have to like dig down by standing on the blue platform in order to get to this point. It is just, though, a little bit chaotic. Then again, that's kind of the idea. It's kind of a chaotic level. I think that's kind of fine. One of the hardest things with Super Worlds is how the difficulty will progress. Yeah, definitely. In my Super World, the way that I sort of managed that is that I sort of thought of it in terms of like, well, earlier levels in the Super World should be a little more forgiving. A little more like, a little bit nicer as far as like, oh, instead of a bottomless pit, in a lot of cases just have like spikes instead. And that will take down a lot of difficulty, like you see in this level here, Wind Up Woods. And a lot of the Wind Up Woods levels, in fact, there's a lot of brambles, because brambles are a big part of the theming of the level. That also means that, like, this isn't a pit, this isn't a pit. If you fall in there, you don't die, you just, take a little bit of damage and move on. Which I think helps to make it a little bit less hard. And that's the case often in World 1 as well. There's a lot of places where there's just spikes instead of an actual pit. Like in Capstone Cyclone, for instance, you can see there's entire fields of spikes. There's entire fields of spikes rather than like, you know, pits. Like there's a pit. This level doesn't have a lot of pits. This level is very spike heavy, which I think, you know, is one of the ways that in World 1 I tried to like pull back on the difficulty and keep it from being too hard. And you can see 42% clear rate, pretty successful. Fossil Fracas is a vertical level, so I didn't really have any choice in the matter, but it also has a lot of spike pits. Crumble Rumble is probably the hardest of the first ones at 15%. Also uses a lot of spike pits. I'll play through Crumble Rumble as an example. By the way, anyone, if you want to get in levels where the queue is open, we're really looking for levels right now. I would like it if y'all got your levels in. I'll play them. I'm just sort of, you know, doing my own. I feel like if the levels coming in, if there's like a slow pace, then it's best to mix things up and do like show off a few of my own as well. Also, I like to show off my levels because I'm so damn proud of them and I spend a lot of time working on them. This level is very similar to a previous one we saw where, you know, these guys were breaking out platforms, except these ones also are slowed down a little bit by the thing. Yes, I see. I know they're in queue. I know you're in queue, Droop Man. I'm just saying. I'm vamping for anyone else who wants to get in there. I feel like it's good to like, you know, alternate a little bit between my own levels and someone else's if there's only one person submitting. That to me makes sense. It's sort of like a way to keep some variety to the stream and also make it so that, you know, it's the right lightning round. You know, if I were to fail, I would want there to be some like, you have to go back into the queue and wait a little bit if I fail a thing, right? And me playing one of my own levels is a perfectly good alternative. And you can see here, by the way, big fields of spikes rather than pits. One of the ways I make this level, which is still rather challenging, a little less so. Yeah, you understand. And by the way, I appreciate Droop Man, you coming by so often, watching these streams, and even when it's not, strictly speaking, Mario Maker stuff. That is always appreciated and liked. And I also appreciate anyone watching those YouTube VODs later on. You know, obviously it's a little less visible. I mean, I can see people in chat, and whereas like people watching the VODs later on, it's a little less. It's a little less feedback. I will say though, if y'all leave a like on those YouTube videos, I will appreciate the hell out of it because I am still at the point where like, yeah, one like on a video is like a, oh hey, little hit of what's the chemical in the brain that makes you feel good? Like when you get like a like or something. I definitely feel that whenever I see a like on one of my videos. Crumble Rumble looks really good. Yeah, it's a great level. It's the first one I actually made for my Super World, and you can see there it's the most popular of the bunch at 423 likes. And yeah, it was just really inspired. It was just a really inspired level. I agree, it's probably one of the best ones in the Super World. Yeah, it's so early, it captures a lot of attention. Grand Gully 1, I'll play Grand Gully 1. I will say, I think that maybe this level could see tiny revisions. I was talking before about revisions, and I think this one could. The thing about this level, I mentioned in the previous level how spike pits sort of replace regular pits in this one. This one goes a step further. Regular pits are replaced by yellow spikes, which are only dangerous part of the time, which I thought was really interesting. It also means that the level is like less dangerous while also being more flavorful. And this level, by the way, I think it's very cool. My main point of inspiration here was like Rambi. You know, Rambi is how DKC levels become more exciting, right? Because, you know, how do you make a 1-1 exciting? Well, you give them a really overpowered power-up and let them play with it, and that's kind of good enough. You don't have to have anything too complex. Nothing really as far as like big mechanics, just a fun power-up and go to town. And also you got some stuff like this where you blow up those guys, or you can like dodge them. The only thing I think about this is maybe I might have gone a little overboard on like Goombas in a few places. But honestly, this does feel pretty good. as is. Maybe this is actually good to go. The place where I would like pull back on Goombas would be like in that part in the first half. I'll pull up like the detailed view in a second and I'll show you. I think I might have gone a little overboard in... let me show you real fast. I think I may have gone a little overboard and just like a tiny bit overboard here. Right, like these 4 Goombas here. I feel like I probably could have just had like 2 of them, right? Or maybe none of them. And the level would be perfectly good. Maybe it's just a little bit much for like a 1-1. That said, it's not bad, so maybe honestly I'd leave it alone. But like that's the one thing where I had second thoughts in that level. And it is the 1-1, so it's pretty fucking important, but you know, I do think it makes a great first impression and it's overall a great level. And I think it would capture and get people in the door. And, you know, so long as they do so, Crumble Rumble is right there. And that'll really nail in the thing. Crumble Rumble is a little bit harder. I think it's like the hardest of this World 1. And kind of the hardest level for a good long while after that, I think, maybe. Like, let's look at the clear rates. I think that's the case. Bonehead Bramble is harder than 1-2. This level is... 1-2 is harder than this. Until Bonsai Bog. In log 2-4 is that there isn't a level that's harder than 1-2. I think that is like, you know, I think of Ropey Rampage, DKC. That is also a level that is pretty fucking hard for the second level in the game, and yet it is one of the hardest levels you get. And I think like having that like right away is almost a good idea. I think it works out here. I don't know, I guess at a certain point I'm thinking like, is it a good thing that Ropey Rampage is so much harder than any other level? I guess it kind of like, if you're coming out of the first level going like, oh, this is going to be easy. Ropey Rampage is the level that goes like, no, it won't be. Check this shit out. It's the level that sort of like, you know, sort of like puts the fear of God into you, right? It's the level that says like, no, dude, don't let your guard up. There's going to be hard levels in this. Trust me. And then after that, Reptile Rumble is there to be like... Is it Reptile Rumble? The third level of DKC? That might be it. Huh. I actually might have not... I probably did think... There is a bit of a connection there, isn't there? Is it Ropey Rampage is the second level. Reptile Rumble is the third level. That's right, that's right. Reptile Rumble is a little easier. And then, like, the first barrel cannon level... You know, it's hard for the fact that it introduces barrel cannons, which can be hard the first time you actually use them. But still, not as hard as it could be, I would think. Anyway, those are the levels that I think would need revisions, and that I would like to touch up when it comes time for it. I'm gonna play one more of these, and then we're going to get back into Droopman's level, and assuming that there's no other levels in queue by the end of the night, by the end of the world, we'll wrap up with the end of the first world of that super world that we were working on, which I assume is what the code is. By the way, this is another... I was thinking about this as I was playing the other level that was earlier. This is a Super Ball themed level where you're collecting red coins. Red coins are also a thing that's going to be big in my next level. There's a red coin segment in that as well, so, you know, it's good to play this level and think about, like, what exactly it does differently. Of course, this other red coin sequence is a little different in that it's in the second half of the level rather than in the first half. Also, it's, you know, sort of a low gravity thing. This combination here of the Super Ball and the low gravity works really well because, like, using the Super Ball to nail these guys while they're in midair is really fun. Okay. It's really fun and works really well. And especially with, like, the way that the green Koopas, the green Paracoopas, jump so slowly. It sort of makes them into perfect targets for Super Ball stuff. Like that. You know, and you can get them while they're on the upswing or, you know, with a shot downwards like this. Either way, works really well. And it's really satisfying. It turned out lovely. Also, you got some nice, like, you know, girder city type theming. I think that was really this is a sort of a aesthetic I really wanted to use for a while. By the way, you need 2 keys. It's sort of a go both ways level. You know, you need to go left and then right. And each direction has a different set of enemies. Like the way on the right sort of focuses on paragoomas that are jumping off springs and going super high, whereas like fish and bloopers are the focus of the right side. I'm looking forward to finishing the Super World, which, by the way, I'll say again, it's called Mario Country, Waluigi's Triple Threat. I'm expecting to finish it sometime next year. And, six worlds, 32 levels in. And, yeah, there'll be a sort of a race story to it. And also a, you know, it'll be DKC inspired in other ways. By the way, check this out. There's actually if you fall here, there's actually a secret area down here. Yeah, indeed. I really love Waluigi. That's why I decided to sort of spotlight him, and, you know, hopefully it'll be an angle which Kotaku or whoever will pick up on, like the way they picked on Super Mario Bros. 5. You know, it's like, oh, it's finally a game for Waluigi. That'll be part of the pitch. Finally a game for Waluigi. Asterisk, you cannot play as Waluigi in this game. And then there'll be a trailer where Waluigi will go like, oh no! Once that asterisk comes up, it should be very funny. Let's play these remaining levels. Thanks for hanging around, for watching me show off some of my own stuff. Really looking forward to that. I'm hoping that there'll be a pretty big reaction. I'm hoping people will have a ton of fun with it. I'm hoping to really just go large. We're gonna have to make like a really captivating trailer where when you watch it, you go like, oh shit, this looks rad. And, you know, hopefully that'll help like IGN or whatever. You know, whoever picked up on that Super Mario Bros. 5, maybe they could be convinced to pick up on this as well if the trailer is cool enough. Super Mario Bros. 5 didn't have a trailer, but if it did, like, just imagine. They could just pop the video right into the story, and isn't that convenient? You can just watch it. Hey, Dexterity, how's it going? It's been a minute. I'm playing some stuff. And look at that, we have another level. Fantastic. Guess we'll go back and forth between this level here and Dexterity stuff. And there's 3 levels left in this world. Like I said, when we get to the end of the Super World, that is when we will be winding down and closing the queue. Basically, at least that's the plan. That's my thought. So, anyone else wants to get levels in, now is the time. Get it done. Which I will say, you know, we've been going for around 3.5 hours total, including the grab by the ghoulies portion of the stream. So, you know, makes sense. It's a perfectly good time to end around midnight. Midnight Central Time. This is just a nice, pleasant, sky level. Very nice. This is probably a secret area. I've mentioned before I don't really have space in my levels to do, like, secret areas. You know, like, I don't have the real estate, because my levels I tend to, like, use every inch of it for actual gameplay, but, that's, like, critical path, but I do appreciate when levels do have that sort of thing. I think it's nice. If I were to ever do, like, a full-ass, regular-ass game, I would definitely want bonus stages hidden in each level. Like, in addition to, like, the big coin-type collectibles and that sort of thing. That would definitely be something I... Wait, what am I doing? We gotta do Dexterity's level. Thank you for the level. Thank you for the level, Droop Man. Go ahead and exit course. Go ahead and hit next. I'm gonna go ahead and hit next. Dexterity, you're up. Let's go ahead and have a look at that. Looks like it's a specific level. Cool. Go ahead and see. Now, I will say, Dexterity, if you recall, I have played a bunch of your levels before, even before I was a streamer. So I might have already done this. Because, you know, you used to do all the... I say used to. Yeah. I have played this level, haven't finished it. Okay. Cool. Let's go. 5 tries on the board. This is a very low clear rate level. We'll see what we can do. Whoa. Oh, wow. You cannot leave the ground in this one. Okay. Focus here. We gotta focus from the start. The clear condition kind of blocks the first jump, which is funny. Like, it's hard to see the mole that you're supposed to land on because the clear condition is just right over it. Whoops. Gee, that went fast. God. True to its name, that was as lightning. Fast. Thank you for the level, Dexterity. I'm sure to give it another try. If you were to resubmit it or to submit another level. You know how it is, lightning rounds. Only so many tries per level. Let's go ahead and hit next. Alright, Droop Man is up next. Droop Man is here. Just added this like a minute ago because unfortunately that level didn't take not but a minute. Go ahead and punch it in. RF, RGF. There we go. And I will say, after we clear this level, I'm going to close the queue. And we'll be winding down the stream. That'll be it is time now to wind down. Sound good? Sound fair? And I'll give everyone time to get in another level, a final level after this one, and whatnot. I like how many moles there are. Just a good old-fashioned mole-heavy level. Moles jumping out of the ground and shit everywhere is just a fun thing in Super Mario World. Makes for some very good levels. And indeed here, they are fun to deal with. Looks like I could go down here, if I so chose. But I'm gonna go up instead. I can get the flagpole. Bye, Yoshi. Have fun back there. Alright, I'm going to hit complete one last time. And tell you what. Y'all want to get in any last minute levels? Droopman, I imagine you want to get in the code for the Super World again so we can do the final level. I'm going to give y'all a minute to get in any last levels. In the meantime, why don't I go through the promotional stuff real quick, starting with the Streamiversary. Next Wednesday, this Wednesday, is my 1-year anniversary of doing Twitch streams, and I'm doing a Mario Maker stream wherein I do viewer worlds, which is like viewer levels, but I do as many levels as I can in 15 minutes for each viewer. And then Sonic Adventure 2 Battle with a 5-life limit, wherein I'll be switching back and forth every 5 lives I lose. I already showed off what those lives looked at like just a minute ago. In fact, let me go over there actually. There you go. You can see them right there. There's the Sonic heads. There's the Team Light heads, and there's the Team Dark heads. They're pretty cool, right? I especially love the Sonic and the Tails. by the way, if you're wondering like where each of them comes from, um, actually I don't remember all of them. Amy came from somewhere. Big the Cat, I think, was like from some racing game or something. Knuckles is from Sonic Adventure 2 art. Tails is from the movie. Sonic is from the like the you know, in the start of the Sonic Adventure, Sonic the Hedgehog 1, where he comes up and he's like, he does a little pose and he's like hanging out in the image. That is a frame from that animation, slightly edited so that it's just the head. As for the shadow heads, the dark heads, there's a Shadow, who is geez, I forget where Shadow is from. That image, it's from somewhere though. Sonic Battle, Sonic Battle is where the Gamma is from. The movie, that's obviously movie Eggman. That is an alternate costume skin Rogue from Sonic Adventure 2. And I believe that that Dark Chow art is, I don't know where from. Could just be basic, like, Sonic Adventure 2 art, though. Not sure. Anyway, that'll be Wednesday. Should be a fun time. Also, there'll be a watch party. There's a Sonic 2 movie, obviously, on Amazon Prime, and I'll do a sub goal to watch it. And also, I'll do Mario Party at the same time, so it should be good. That'll probably be for like 10 subs or so. We'll see if we can do that. We bounce back over to where we... Jeez, it's doing this a lot now that when I'm switching feeds. I don't know why. Maybe I should update OBS. I wonder if there's like an OBS update I need or something. Who knows? Anyway, Streamiversary is Wednesday. I would love if y'all tune in. It's starting at 6 p.m. Central Time and going like late into the night. We'll go pretty late, I think. We'll probably do like 3 hours of Mario Maker and probably like 3-4 hours of Sonic Adventure 2, and then hey, maybe even more, like a 2-hour movie on top of that. It's gonna be a night. It's gonna be a night. Again, last call for levels. Last call for levels. Get them in if you want to. Other than that, I also have the randomizer roulette plan. I'm thinking this might be like the second week of Extra Life, which is to say in about a week and a half. On a weekend, basically. It'll be on like a Saturday, and I'll be doing 4 randomizers, randomly swapping between them automatically every 5 to 10 minutes. This is something that happens just due to the emulator, basically. It's like a BizHawk plugin extension type thing that makes it so that it automatically switches back and forth. You can set any duration, and I will set 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, and this will make for quite a randomizer experience. These 4 randomizers I played a good deal, so I know them very well, or pretty well actually. And also we'll have trackers for each one, which I will switch on the screen using a hotkey, basically. I've already set those up, mostly. I just have to also put in like some overlays for Extra Life donation type stuff. And I'll also have a $25 donation incentive, wherein I'll eat a nice or nasty bean. Basically, there are these things called Bean Boozled, and there are like sets of identical beans where they're either nasty or nice, and you spin a wheel and you eat whatever the wheel lands on, which has stuff such as like, oh, it could either be like Tutti Frutti or like toothpaste or like let me pull out the things. Okay, here we go. Like, it could either be buttered popcorn or rotten egg, or peach or barf. And I will eat one of these every $25 that gets donated, basically, during that whole marathon. Also, there'll be a larger goal for the TBD goal for Metal Gear Screwjob, which will be a feature where I replay, or not replay, I've actually never played those games. I play, for the first time, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, but I do it in possibly the worst order you could do. which is to say that at the start of every stream, I'll spin a wheel, and whatever it lands on, that's the game we're playing that stream. Probably we'll do a bunch of those streams in December. I got a lot of time off, so maybe we'll be doing like 4 streams a week or something, maybe even multiple of Metal Gear Screwjob. Should be a fun time. Should we hit like some overall goal, I'll try to figure out the goal, what amount we should be shooting for. I'll discuss it with like people who are in the team for Extra Life that I'll be contributing to, which I think will be the min-max team for Extra Life. Should be fun. We'll see. That's coming up. Anyway, I think that about covers the upcoming stuff at the moment. I'm going to close the queue. Thank y'all for getting your levels in. Let me go ahead and do that. Close queue. And we just have for today, for the last of the things, we just have Droopman's last level, which is not his, well, the last level in this world, the castle level right here. Oh, also, let me just say again, new emotes, very lovely. The new ones are the crocodile, the choo-choo, and the Ridley for tier 1. And I also updated the other tiers as well. The brain, weak, and the 10k bit guy, who is the president from Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, is they're also new, but no one has access to any of those tiers other than me at the moment, so they're not really relevant to the regular folk, I don't think. And, you know, even with bigger streamers, you don't see that many people running around getting tier 2 or tier 3 subs. It's just a very uncommon thing. But, you know, I get to use them, and having a big brain emoji, it's very useful for brain genius type stuff. Having a weak emoji is pretty useful for being the antithesis of sick. A lot of these emojis are just like, for me, emojis that I would want to use. Like, you always need a thumbs up emoji. You always need like a salute. You always need like a GG. And a hi, a hello, a good night, good luck, have fun. These sorts of things are just very, very useful. Laughing. These sort of things are just very, very useful, and whenever I'm watching someone else, I always like to bust these out. Honestly, I'll say, like, even if I were to stop streaming, or like not be a streamer anymore, I would definitely like want to return at least a couple times a year in order to not lose affiliates, so I could continue having all these very nice emojis, which to me, they're free, which is lovely and very, very useful. I've just had such a good time having all these. Anyway, that's enough vamping. No one else. We gotten all the levels from tonight. Let's finish this. Let's finish this up and send y'all off somewhere. That sounds good to me. That sounds good to everyone. One thing I do have to do from now on is that whenever I end a stream now, I'm gonna have to like immediately start archiving it to YouTube because it does take a bit to process. And if I like put it off and it won't be ready by like 24 hours after the stream ends, which is when I can, you know, shit. My nut went into the fire. Oh, also, lightning round 5 lives. That's how many we get. Those are up because of the commands that I used for the Sonic Adventure 2 stuff, basically. I need to have 2 different hotkeys for switching back and forth between light side and hero side. Actually, I guess I don't really need that. I can just use 1 set of hotkeys. I didn't think about that, but actually, since they don't refresh ever, well, it's already set up. It's fine as is. I don't need to fret over that. It's all good. I like here you can just literally take a fucking shortcut if you so choose. That's kind of rad. That's like a really That felt really good to just be able to like fly over what seems like a platform level type thing. That's like one of the main advantages I think a platform level has over another type of auto scroller. Is that in a platform level, if you see the next platform, the next like land, and you say like, I think I can make that, and you take the chance and it works out, you just feel so damn good, and that's just important to remember when it comes to platform levels. I got one of those coming up in my next world. I should write down like, make sure there are cases where you can jump off early and get to the next thing. That's a really good feeling to evoke in a level. Anyway, folks, that's the last level. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and hit complete to clear the queue. You are welcome, Droop Man. Thanks for coming by, and thanks for giving me so many dang levels. I like them all. Literally. Anyway, happy Halloween to y'all, if it's still Halloween where you are. Again, I was dressed as Walter White, but this shirt doesn't really fit me anymore, so I had to unbutton it to be comfortable. And also the hat doesn't really fit on over my headphones, so that was a non-starter as well, but good enough. Good enough. And also, occasionally, I did the bit where I would take off my glasses and put on these glasses. And like Walter White, I cannot see fucking dick in these glasses. I need to take them off and put on my actual glasses if I'm to see chat and the game and all that. World 2 is a desert. That makes sense. Anyway, let me say again, Wednesday. Big anniversary stream starting at 6 p.m. Central Time. There's the streaming schedule overall. Mondays at 8 p.m. Central. Thursdays at 8 p.m. Central. Fridays at 6 p.m. Central. No Thursday stream this week because of the Wednesday stream. Again, Wednesday, 6 p.m. going late. Look for it then. Folks, I will see you then. Let me see who's online, who I can send a raid over to. Going to do that now. I got some sort of notification. Let's see. Tokoto is streaming. Special Agent Ape is streaming. BL Raven Wizard is streaming. Plastic Bags, Forgado, Choku, Retro Ice Bunny, Hamster Gaming, Jack GSR is doing any % no Peach Warp. Let me think. Have I done a Tokoto raid? I forget if I've done a Tokoto raid. Tokoto is a friend of Dan Reichert's, I guess. A video game press person, and well, I think it'd be cool if he knew I existed. Maybe that would, do good things for me. Is it weird to talk about raids in the perspective of like, oh yeah, it's nice to do a raid and let people know you exist? Which is true, but like that feels cynical to say it that way. Let's I think it'd be nice. Here's what I'm thinking. Did we raid? I don't think we raided Jack recently. Jack GSR. Sort of a speedrunner of Paper Mario, friend of like Shag and Shagalicious and I'm Glower, I think. So let's do that. Let's do that raid. I don't think I've raided him before, at least recently. So let's do that. GSR. All right, that sounds like a plan to me. Thank y'all for tuning in, for coming by, for giving me your levels. They've been quite good today. I'm gonna send you over to Jack GSR, who is playing Paper Mario. Looks like he's pretty far along, right about to hit Bowser. So let's see this run get completed. Whatever. Wish him luck and shit. I'm gonna send you over. Like I said, big stream on Wednesday, 6 p.m. Central, going late. Mario Maker 2 Viewer World, Sonic Adventure 2, and maybe a Sonic 2 watch party with a sub goal for Mario Party and Sonic 2 watch party. Look for it on Wednesday. Hope to see a lot of y'all there. Hoping it'll be popping off. All that. Yep, he is in the final straits. Also keep in mind, new emojis, very lovely. That's it. All right, folks, I'll see you later. Hopefully Wednesday. Bye.